Good morning. I'll go ahead and ask the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. Good morning to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am a hearing officer, Kinsey.
I can't hear you.
Did you
but I
hear
saw
me?
there you are.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started with introductions and then we'll move on from there. Good morning. It is March 2nd, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We have Ms. Mullen of the AHO today with us, handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. If you are a witness, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you are ready, and cross-examiners, you may ask Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit as you need it. We will follow our usual practice of taking breaks and having a hard stop today at 5 p.m. I do not at this point have any housekeeping, so to speak, procedural issues to go over. But before I will lay out what I anticipate for our day today. I understand we will be hearing from the next panel of witnesses. I believe I have Mr. Murdoch, Mr. Volk, Ms. Buchholz, and Ms. Wolf. And we will proceed from there. It looks like this panel will last at least through the day. And then once we have completed this panel of witnesses, which will not be today, we will move on to the state water contractors' witnesses. With that, I will look to the room. If there are any procedural issues we should address, please feel free to raise your Zoom hand. And otherwise, I will look to DWR. If you would please raise your Zoom hands for those of you who need to be elevated. The hearing team will start moving you up. And I'll look to the hearing team. Let's please go ahead and elevate our witnesses. There's the 4 of them right at the top. And good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR. I'm joined today by my colleague, Steph Morris, and then our 3 witnesses. Thank you.
I believe there are 4 witnesses. Is that right? Okay.
I'm sorry, there's 3 in the room, 1 virtual, so 4.
4, good. Good morning, Mr. Murdoch. We'll go ahead. I see you first, so let's go ahead and try a mic check.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Thank you.
And I will turn to Ms. Buchholz.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. And Ms. Wolf.
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you as well. And good morning, Mr. Volk.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, thank you very much. And I'll look to Ms. Carroll. If you're going to be presenting these witnesses, what order are we going in?
Sure, we will first be hearing from Mr. Volk, and then from Mr. Volk, we will go to Mr. Murdoch, and then to Ms. Buchholz, and then finally to Ms. Wolf.
Excellent. So I'll go ahead and I'll administer the oath one by one as we move through. And then, so if I don't do it, remind me. I know some have been with us before, but please be aware of that. Before we jump in, is there anything else we should address? Otherwise, we are 5 minutes in. We're ready to get started this morning. All right. Mr. Krieger, yes, if we can please elevate Mr. Krieger. And good morning, Mr. Krieger. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Good morning. And then with that, I will go ahead and start by administering the oath to Mr. Volk. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Then with that, to you, Ms. Carroll.
Many buttons, sorry. Good morning, Mr. Volk. Have you previously testified in this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And is DWR 702 a true and correct copy of the CV you previously submitted?
Yes.
And do you have any updates to your CV?
No.
Is DWR 716 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony at this time?
No.
Are DWR 718R, 719, and 720 and 1158 true and correct copies of exhibits you referred to or relied upon to support your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And did you also refer to or rely on Administrative Hearing Officer Exhibits 1005, 1007, and 1183 to support your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And is DWR 717 a true and correct copy of the PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to that PowerPoint at this time?
No.
All right, with that, Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 717, and Mr. Volk, when you are ready, please summarize your testimony.
Thank you. There's the slideshow. Okay. Well, thank you. Good morning, hearing officer and members of the board. Today I will present a summary of my rebuttal testimony related to issues raised by protestants, witnesses, and counsel. As I begin, Ms. Mullen, I want to indicate here that I will refer to exhibits once we get to the third slide. The first is exhibit DWR 718R, and the second is DWR 712. Next slide, please. My rebuttal testimony is focused on the issues listed on this slide, which were raised during the proceedings. Methods and durations for installation of piles, the meaning and significance of the 50 decibel noise contour on the final EIR figures, the applicability of local and model noise ordinances, and the appropriateness of refining noise control measures as more information becomes available. Next slide, please. First, I'll talk about the installation of piles. There were confusing arguments raised during the case-in-chief proceeding about pile driving methods, frequency, and duration. For example, during the October 23rd redirect of Hood Community Council witness Angelica Whaley by attorney Michael Brodsky, Mr. Brodsky asked Ms. Whaley, "Is it your understanding that a pattern of," this is a quote, "is it your understanding that a pattern of vibratory driving for 15 minutes and then impact driving for 2 minutes and then vibratory driving for 15 minutes will go on for 21 months at each intake?" Ms. Whaley responded affirmatively to this, but this is incorrect. Additionally, in reference to pile driving noise during intake construction, Mr. Brodsky made several references to 42-inch diameter impact-driven steel piles during questioning of me on April 9th. 42-inch impact-driven piles are not a component or feature of the project. To clear up the record, I prepared a table that describes the durations for the pile driving methods used for intake construction. So now, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up DWR 718. And maybe zoom in a little. Yeah. Great, thank you. So this table is a summary of pile driving methods and durations for each project component. All of this information comes from the final EIR. The first row of the table describes methods and durations for the cofferdam sheet piles. This would be the only component of intakes that may use impact pile driving. As shown in the second column, pile driving for the cofferdam would be done within a work window of June to October. So the start and end months, as you see in the second column, from June to October. As I stated in my testimony of April 8th, the vibratory method of pile driving for the cofferdam is preferred, and impact driving will only be employed if the required pile depth is not achieved through vibratory driving. If impact driving is needed for the cofferdam, the engineering project report indicates that impact driving for 2 minutes per pile, as stated in the final EIR. To complete construction of the cofferdam, impact driving may be done for a total time of up to 18 hours at each intake between the months of June and October, as indicated in the column of the table labeled impact pile driving. That's the fourth column over. That's 18 hours within a span of 5 months. So assuming 10-hour work days, Monday to Friday, this would equate to approximately 2% of daytime work hours between June and October that impact driving could take place. Vibratory driving, as indicated in the next column, would require up to 255 hours for installation of cofferdam sheet piles. Again, assuming 10-hour work days, this would equate to approximately 25% of daytime work hours between June and October that vibratory driving could take place. This means that accounting for both impact and vibratory driving for a majority of the time over this 5-month period of cofferdam construction, pile driving would not occur. In Mr. Brodsky's October 23rd redirect of me, he correctly identified that the final EIR indicated a total duration of pile driving at 21 months for each intake. However, the 21-month duration is intended to describe pile driving across all intake components. The component that would take the longest amount of time to build are the foundation piers. The foundation piers item is shown in the second row of the table. The foundation piers would take 18 months to build. The process of building the piers involves placement of starter casings. Starter casings are thin-walled pipe piles that are vibrated into place, and the function of the starter casings is to guide the augured piers along the correct alignment for foundation stability. And because the starter casings are not primarily structural, they're set at a lesser depth compared to the cofferdam sheet piles. They don't require as much driving time. Following vibratory driving of the starter casings, holes for foundation piers would be augured down through each of the starter casings to the bottom depth of the piers, and a cage of reinforcing steel would then be lowered into the augured hole, and concrete would be poured around the reinforcing cage from the bottom of the hole to the top of the pier. While the process of building the foundation piers would involve intermittent vibratory driving and augering, there would be no impact driving involved in building the foundation piers, as indicated in the table. Mr. Brodsky's reference during the proceedings to 42-inch impact-driven steel piles appears on the last row of this table. As shown here, the use of this type of pile is not applicable to the project. We can go back to the PowerPoint slide now. The slide lists the points I just made in reference to the table. The important point I want to emphasize is there would be long durations within the 21-month period when no pile driving would occur. The analysis in the final EIR focused on a reasonable worst case condition from a noise perspective when pile driving activity could be most frequent. We did not analyze noise from pile driving as though it would occur continuously with a similar amount of intensity each hour of the day. We considered that during pile driving, there would be periods of higher activity and periods of lower activity. The worst case condition considered in the final EIR describes an hour of highest activity. Impact driving for the cofferdam would only be employed if required and would only be used for the cofferdam during the 5 to 6 week period of pile installation. Impact driving would not be used for the foundation piers. And as I described previously, pile driving would only be done during daytime work hours. Next, I will talk about the significance of the 50 decibel noise contour in the final EIR. Next slide, please. During the proceedings, there was confusion over the meaning and significance of the 50 decibel noise contour, or dBA noise contour, shown on the figures that I prepared in the final EIR. For example, in the October 23rd cross-examination of Hood Community Council witness Charles Salter by DWR counsel Stephanie Morris, the 50 dBA noise contour was attributed to noise from pile driving, as well as noise levels occurring during the nighttime. Now, Ms. Mullen, please pull up exhibit DWR 712. I guess we need to zoom out a little ways there. Okay, that's good. This slide shows an aerial view of the Sacramento River and the locations of intakes with sound level contours superimposed on the aerial view, depicting model results, excuse me, model results from the pile driving phase at the intakes. The 60 decibel contour is shown with purple shading, and the 50 decibel is shown as a dashed purple line. To clear up the record, the purpose of the figures in the final EIR is simply to show the locations of noise contours that were modeled. They are not intended to show locations of noise impacts or nighttime noise levels. Now let's go back to the PowerPoint, please. So the key point I want to make here is that noise impacts within the 50 decibel contour depends on whether there is construction activity occurring at night or if there is the presence of especially sensitive receptors, specifically sandhill crane within that area. In the case of intakes, night work would be limited to concrete pours. On the next slide, I will talk about the applicability of local noise ordinances. Next slide, please. Dr. Charles Salter's testimony included a proposition that the analysis of construction noise should consider the metric of Lmax, which signifies the maximum noise level, and that a penalty should be included for noise that is impulsive in nature. Dr. Salter used the Sacramento County Noise Ordinance contained in section 6.68.070 to support this proposition. However, as I previously testified and as Dr. Salter acknowledged during redirect by Ms. Morris on October 23rd, the Sacramento County Code contains a provision that noise limits in section 6.68.070 do not apply to construction during daytime hours between 6 o'clock a.m. and 8 o'clock p.m. But in the context of CEQA analysis, it is still important to consider the potential for community annoyance from equipment noise during daytime hours, even if a noise limit has not been set. DWR took this approach in the Delta Conveyance EIR. Such an approach was also taken for a recent project in the same local setting as the Delta Conveyance, the Regional SAN EIR for the Agriculture and Habitat Lands Recycled Water Program. The noise analysis for Regional SAN concluded that even though construction would be done during hours exempt from the local ordinances, construction activity could still result in community annoyance and would therefore result in a potentially significant impact. Best noise control practices such as use of mufflers and location of staging areas were recommended in the Regional SAN EIR. That analysis concluded that construction noise impacts would be less than significant after mitigation. In contrast, the Delta Conveyance EIR included these best noise control practices, but did not rely on these alone as mitigation for project-related noise. Dr. Salter's testimony cited to the California Model Community Noise Control Ordinance, which was submitted in part as HCC SCDA 63 and in full as DWR 720. And this was another example recommending a penalty for impulsive noise sources. The California Model Community Noise Control Ordinance was developed in 1977 by the California Office of Noise Control, a few years after the US EPA developed its guidance regarding effects of noise on communities. The California Office of Noise Control no longer exists, but their guidance was developed for local jurisdictions in California to develop their own noise control regulations. However, as I state in my testimony, this ordinance is not adopted by Sacramento County or any other jurisdiction within the Delta Conveyance project area. As such, the model ordinance is not applicable to the project. I also want to make another point about the proposition to use the LMAX metric that I referenced earlier from Dr. Salter's testimony. Dr. Salter proposed that the noise analysis should use Lmax, which is the maximum noise level. The noise analysis in the final EIR uses the metric of 1 hour LEQ, which signifies the average amount of sound energy over 1 hour. The FTA guidance manual, which sets forth standards for analysis of construction noise, states that LEQ should be used for assessment of construction noise and not Lmax. The LEQ descriptor allows for an evaluation of combined equipment noise over an entire phase. The construction noise model used for the Delta Conveyance does not consider noise from pile driving in isolation. The model accounts for multiple types of equipment operating at once in different locations. The Lmax metric does not combine levels of multiple different types of equipment in this fashion. Finally, I want to emphasize that while DWR used the FTA guidance for the methodology for assessing noise from construction, DWR did not use FTA's suggested noise limits in its guidance. As I previously testified, DWR elected to set a conservative limit in terms of 1 hour LEQ by setting a daytime limit of 60 dBA, which is well below the FTA guideline of 80 dBA. Next slide, please. Protestant witness Charles Salter questioned the appropriateness of refining noise control measures with additional information, stating that, quote, the project mitigation measures must not be contingencies based on additional analyses monitoring exceedance and complaints, unquote. Similarly, in Sacramento County Counsel Casey Sharrock's cross-examination of me, she questioned me on how the details of the noise control plan will be worked out. I will now describe the reasons why it is entirely appropriate to refine and tailor noise control measures as additional information is obtained with site access and additional study. As I described in my testimony, a geographic noise model was used in the final EIR analysis to predict worst-case scenarios for different construction scenarios. Worst-case noise levels for different construction scenarios, I mean. Sound level measurements of pile drivers to be used for construction of intakes were not available at the time we developed the model. So we relied on empirical source level data using a larger pile size to calculate worst case noise levels from pile drivers. The pile driving source levels are based on measurements taken for ferry terminal projects in Washington state. Project-specific equipment testing would allow for more accurate modeling estimates. However, DWR would only be able to collect this data during pre-construction investigations included in the noise control plan in the final EIR. Measured sound levels collected from pre-construction investigations will allow DWR to identify where noise levels would exceed noise limits and to prioritize locations for siting of mitigation. Barriers, for example, need to be appropriately located between the source and the receptor. Because of the size of the work areas and the distance to receptors, it's unknown without further testing exactly where barriers and other noise control elements will be most effective. Excuse me. For these reasons, it is entirely appropriate for mitigation to be tailored to address specific noise control aspects of the site and receptors. Through implementation of the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, Noise Control Planning, and the Ombudsman Program, DWR has committed to providing resources to minimize construction noise in the community. For the reasons I've set forth during this presentation, the arguments raised in the proceedings do not change my opinion that the approach taken for assessment of noise impacts and mitigation by DWR is reasonable and appropriate. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Volk. I will look back to the room, and I believe we are turning next to Mr. Murdoch. Welcome, Mr. Murdoch. If you would please raise your right hand and I will administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And then to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Murdoch. Have
Good
you
morning.
previously testified in this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And is DWR 3 a true and correct copy of your CV that you previously submitted?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any updates to your CV?
No, I do not.
And then is DWR 35R a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And could you go over the corrections that we submitted in DWR 35R, please?
Yes, on page 1, line 19, the paragraph that was referenced as paragraph 14 should have been paragraph 24. And then there was another correction on page 3 at the top, line 1. It says cubic yard of concrete, and that should have been cubic yard of excavation.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. And I'll represent that we emailed the service list and we uploaded that file to the FTP.
Thank you.
Mr. Murdoch, did you help prepare the table that is marked as DWR 718R?
Yes, I did.
And is DWR 36R a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And could you please review the corrections that were made to DWR 36R?
Yes, I will. Similar to my testimony on slide 6, the bullet on the page, the last part of it said per cubic yard of concrete, and that was changed to per cubic yard of excavation.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. And again, we did email that to the service list and upload it to the FTP. So with that, Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 36R. And Mr. Murdoch, when you are ready, please summarize your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, hearing officer and members of the board. My name is Adam Murdoch. I'm a registered professional engineer, currently serving as the engineering design manager for the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority. I manage the engineering activities associated with the Delta Conveyance project. You could please go to the next slide. So there's 3 topics that I want to cover with you today. First, I want to provide you with a better understanding of the $20.1 billion total project cost estimate for the Delta Conveyance project and what it represents. I also want to provide some clarification of the difference between accuracy of the estimate, the contingency used for the estimate, and an understanding of cost escalation. Information included in Dr. Michael's testimony and benefit cost analysis appeared to confuse these 3 items. Secondly, I want to discuss the Oxford benchmarking analysis that was presented in Solano 15R, which is also referenced by Dr. Michael's testimony, and highlight some of the fundamental flaws in the analysis. Finally, I will discuss information presented by Dr. Buckley, which compares the Delta Conveyance project to other projects which are not similar in size, scope, or purpose. Both Dr. Michaels and Dr. Buckley used benchmarking studies to evaluate the cost of the Delta Conveyance project, suggesting that the cost is understated. Next slide, please. So to help understand the $20.1 billion total project cost estimate, it's important to understand what the $20.1 billion number represents. The $20.1 billion estimate represents the cost of the project in undiscounted 2023 dollars. That means the estimate does not include escalation, and the total cost of the project is estimated based on the price of labor, equipment, materials, and other items in the year 2023. The $20.1 billion estimate is considered a Class 4 estimate in accordance with the Association for the Advancement of Cost Engineering, which is appropriate as an early stage estimate. Finally, it's very important to understand the difference between accuracy, contingency, and escalation. These items are not interchangeable and each represent something different. So let's start with accuracy. The graph on the left side of the screen here shows the estimated accuracy range of the cost estimate, which was included in the DCA total project cost estimate and as part of Exhibit Solano 18. The most probable cost of the project is represented by the black horizontal line that's shown on the graph. The accuracy of the estimate is represented with an upper bounds and a lower bounds. The upper bounds is represented by the blue line and the lower bounds is represented by the orange line. You will see that at our Class 4 estimate, the accuracy of the estimate has a plus 80% accuracy and a minus 55% accuracy range. As the design of the project continues to progress, the accuracy of the estimate will narrow as it moves toward a Class 1 cost estimate. You can see this by the converging blue and orange lines as they move to the right. The project will eventually reach a Class 1 estimate by the time that it reaches a 90 to 100% level of design. Now let's talk about contingency. The construction cost contingency represents a reserve amount of money that is included in the estimate to account for uncertain items, conditions, or events that may lead to additional costs. For the $20.1 billion estimate, a contingency of 30% was used for the construction costs as reported in Solano 18. Finally, escalation represents the understanding that costs change over time due to items such as the increasing cost of labor, equipment, and materials over time. The $20.1 billion estimate does not include escalation as it was reported in undiscounted 2023 dollars. A simple explanation of cost escalation is the understanding that the cost of an automobile is more expensive today than it was 10 years ago, and that we can expect to pay more for a similar type of car in the future. During Dr. Michael's testimony and cross-examination, there was confusion related to accuracy, contingency, and escalation. You cannot conclude that the accuracy of the estimate represents the expected cost overrun as suggested by Dr. Michaels in Solano 14. Dr. Michaels also cites cost escalations estimates presented in the Flyberg paper, that's Solano 17, and increases the cost of the project in 2023 dollars by 70% due to cost escalation. The justification for increasing the cost of the project presented by Dr. Michaels' analysis are flawed. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to move on to the Oxford benchmarking analysis that was presented in Solano 15R. The Oxford report lacks detailed information to provide an understanding of how comparative projects to the Delta Conveyance project were normalized for escalation, currency, or midpoint of construction. It is unclear if the Oxford costs are based on planning level costs, midpoint of construction, or final construction costs, and how they account for escalation. The Oxford analysis simply reports out conclusions without providing a basis for the analysis that is supported by information or cost data. It also appears that the Oxford report wrongfully characterizes the tunnel as an outlier by assuming the tunnel cost alone are $20.1 billion and place it in the 90th percentile of their cost metrics based on a cost per mile of tunnel. Whereas the cost of the tunnel is $8.26 billion, which includes the 30% contingency, as shown in Solano 18. To help understand this, I will show you a breakdown of the construction costs on the next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So to help you better understand the cost of the tunnel, this slide shows the breakdown of the construction cost estimate as presented in Solano 18. Notice that the total construction cost of the project, including a 30% contingency, is $15 billion. That's the number shown in the bottom right corner of this graph. So you might ask, well, what's the difference between the $20.1 billion total project cost and the $15 billion construction cost shown here? The $15 billion construction cost represents the construction of the project, while the $20.1 billion cost includes an additional $5 billion of soft costs and other program-related costs. On this table, you will see that the construction costs are further broken down by major project features such as the intakes, the main tunnel and shafts, and the pumping plant. Notice that the estimated cost of the tunnel and shafts are $6.35 billion as highlighted by the red box up there. And when you apply a 30% contingency to this construction cost amount, you arrive at the $8.26 billion that would represent the estimated construction cost of the tunnel. So to assume that the construction cost of the tunnel is $20.1 billion, rather than the actual estimated value of $8.26 billion, and apply that to a cost metric such as cost per mile or cost per cubic yard of excavation, overinflates the cost of the tunnel by 240%, and thus results in Oxford's conclusion that the tunnel is an outlier when considering the cost of the tunnel per mile of length and per cubic yard of excavation. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I've taken figure 10, which was presented in the Oxford report, that shows these costs per cubic yard of excavation and costs per mile of tunnel. In this figure, there are two graphs that show these cost metrics. On the right side, it shows the cost per cubic yard of excavation, And on the left side, it's cubic yards of excavation. On the right side, it's cost per mile. You'll notice that this is a cost distribution. And on the x-axis, it shows the percentage of projects that exceed a certain dollar amount that's represented on the y-axis. So the red X's on this graph that are placed on the blue line represent where the Oxford report classified the cost of the Delta Conveyance Tunnel. So if we look at the graph on the right, which represents cost per mile, you'll notice that if we assume the tunnel cost is $20.1 billion and divide that by 45 miles, it results in a cost of $447 million per mile, which is represented by the red X. And it places the Delta Conveyance project near the 90th percentile as shown on the graph. However, if we recognize that the cost of the tunnel is only one of many components of the project, and the cost of the tunnel is $8.26 billion, and divide that by 45 miles, then the cost of the tunnel is $184 million per mile. And on the cost distribution line, the blue line that's there, you can see where there's a blue X that's been placed, and that brings the cost of the tunnel down to the 60th percentile. Similarly, when we look at the cost per cubic yard of excavation, based on the $20.1 billion assumed cost of the tunnel, it would suggest that the excavation costs are $2,450 per cubic yard excavated. However, using the $8.26 billion cost of the tunnel, this would result in a cost of $1,000 per cubic yard excavated. You can see where the red X then would move down to where the blue X is, and the cost of the tunnel would move from a 70th percentile down to a 30th percentile. So hopefully you can see that the Oxford analysis appears to overinflate the cost of the tunnel and suggests that the Delta Conveyance project is an outlier, without providing sufficient information for comparison and a basis for their analysis to support their conclusions. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to turn to the Eco Northwest report that was prepared by Dr. Buckley, which makes similar claims based on opinions developed from newspaper articles and a benchmarking analysis of 7 different projects. The table that's shown on the slide here is a table of these 7 different projects that Dr. Buckley presented in CWIN 18E. Many of the projects in this table are transportation projects located in very busy city streets with a variety of surface and subsurface challenges that would not be related to the Delta Conveyance project. For example, they include the Big Dig in Boston and the Transbay Transit Center in San Francisco. This list also includes the emergency repairs of the Oroville Dam spillway and the Carlsbad desalination plant in San Diego. These projects are not similar in size, scope, or purpose. Of the 7 projects shown here, only the Pure Water San Diego project is considered a water conveyance project that's similar to the Delta Conveyance project. This project is highlighted by the red box on the second row up there, which you can see the early estimate of the project was $1.4 billion, and the actual revised estimate of the project was $1.5 billion, resulting in a cost increase of 9%. So similar to the Oxford report, the Eco Northwest report lacks detailed information to provide an understanding of how these projects are relevant to the Delta Conveyance project and how the details of their cost are analyzed. This doesn't support Dr. Buckley's opinion that DWR underestimated the construction costs. So in summary, I hope that my rebuttal testimony and information I presented here today help provide some clarification as to what the $20.1 billion total project cost estimate represents and how Dr. Michaels and Dr. Buckley used or developed benchmarking studies that lack detailed information supported by data to suggest that the cost of the project is understated. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. And we are moving right along, so I will look next to Ms. Buchholz.
Yes,
Welcome, Ms. Buchholz. I will administer the oath if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Carroll, to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Buchholz.
Good morning.
And Ms. Buchholz, have you previously testified in this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And is DWR 34 a true and correct copy of the CV you previously submitted?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any updates to your CV?
I do not.
And is DWR 37R a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And I will represent that you just submitted 37R via email and to the FTP. If you could, Ms. Buchholz, what were the corrections you wanted to make to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes. On page 4, line 13, there was a reference to SLC-1 instead of SJC-1 for San Joaquin County. On page 6, line 16, the reference is to AHO-1005, page 3-34, colon 6-16. However, it should be AHO-1005, page 3-43, colon 3-13 and 26-35. On page 10, line 11, the reference is to FEIR, section 3.4.4.1, page 3-33, lines 13-15. However, it should be AHO-1005, page 3-34, colon 6-20.
Thank you, Ms. Buchholz. And are DWR 39 through 40 and DWR 20, 23, and 24 true and correct copies of exhibits you referred to or relied upon to support your rebuttal testimony?
They are.
Did you also refer to or rely on Administrative Hearing Officer Exhibits 65, 1005, 1007, 1163, and 1176 to support your rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And is DWR 38 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint that summarizes your rebuttal testimony?
It is.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up DWR 38. Oh, and I'm sorry, Ms. Buchholz, do you have any corrections to that PowerPoint?
I do. On page 6, the reference is to AHO-066, and it should be AHO-065.
And so we have also emailed and updated that to the FTP site. So Ms. Mullen, I apologize. Can you please pull up DWR 38R? And Ms. Buchholz, when you are ready, you can please summarize your testimony.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, I'll also be referring to DWR-00039 during my presentation. Hi, I'm Gwen Buchholz, and I'll be responding to questions. I'm a registered civil engineer, and I'm also the environmental manager of the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority. Next slide, please. Today, I would like to provide some information in response to presentations by Mr. Lupe Rodriguez from Sacramento County, Mr. Naji Zarif from San Joaquin County, and Dr. Stefan Mel from Sacramento Area Sewer District. We have some information that would provide additional references that were within the EIR, Final Environmental Impact Report, the Engineering Project Report, and the Conceptual Engineering Report. We'll be addressing the discussions associated with minimizing construction traffic on critical roadways, improvement and protection of access road conditions, and the concerns about groundwater recharge, where the reusable tunnel material long-term storage takes place, the tunnel launch shafts. Next slide, please. It's explained in my rebuttal testimony. The info I'm presenting today was all provided in the final environmental impact report and the engineering project reports. Starting with this information, all of the access roads were identified in a manner that would be to minimize the effects on agricultural land uses, wildlife refuges and other areas, and communities by focusing the access roads on existing public roads and farm roads. Information was presented in chapter 3 of the final environmental impact report, and in one table that described the major changes that would occur along these access roads. However, that table, as presented by Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Zarif, did not include all of the access roads. All of the access roads were actually listed in the engineering project report, DWR 00020, for the intakes, Twin Cities Complex, New Hope Tract, Canal Ranch Tract, Terminus Tract, King Island, and in DWR 00040 for Lower Roberts Island, Upper Jones Tract, Union Island, and the Bethany Complex. We realized that for this rebuttal testimony, we prepared a graphic, which is DWR 0039. Ms. Mullen, could you bring that up, please? Thank you. This is a graphic that brings all of the changes that we see that would need to occur prior to construction of the facilities that these access roads serve. Let me just give you a little orientation as we start from the top at Freeport, and then we go down the Bethany Reservoir alignment down to the Bethany Complex and eventually to the Bethany Reservoir discharge structure. The red dashed lines, as you can see, along from Freeport down through the intakes and at other places along the alignment, those are areas that would require asphalt overlays. They would also, in many cases, require additional excavation of the bedding underneath the roads because of the existing conditions that we recognized on this process, and I'll be speaking to later. The area, if you see a green dashed line sort of to the left of the sign that says PNR and then Hood Franklin, those are to be new roads that would be presented, and they would be also covered with asphalt at the end of construction. The road realignments are at the intake structures. May not be easy to see at this zoom level, but there are some blue lines on that process, and those are realignments of existing roads. For instance, realignments of the State Route 160 at the intake structure. There's road widenings, the dashed black lines as we see at Lambert Road, still in the north, because we wanted to add shoulders to make sure we have adequate shoulders on all of our access roads. And then there's several new gravel roads, which are primarily like access road driveways, such as goes into New Hope Tract. So overall, this is a graphic that incorporates the information from as I said, DWR 00020, DWR 00040, and AHO 1005. We just did not have a graphic to put all of this information in place. So back to the PowerPoint, please. Thank you. Another concern was the concern of on these access roads, the amount of traffic we'd have, especially due to the size of the employee labor force that would be required at some of the larger, especially the larger sites. Park and ride lots were established to minimize the size of the work areas at the intakes and the tunnel shafts and to reduce employee vehicle traffic for those sites. The bottom line is that these sites are not going to be large enough to, the parcel size of these sites are going to be so small that the employees, there is no place for the employees to park there. So when we look at the GIS project, or the GIS that we used throughout the environmental impact report, the size of those assumed that all of the employees would be parking off-site at these park and ride lots. And electric vans or buses would be used to move those employees back and forth between the park and ride lots and the construction site. How we know that this will also be required to be conferred is because all the work areas are required to have an 8-foot high fence through our mitigation measures, and also our incidental take permit issued by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And there'll be one access location at each construction site with security personnel 24/7. So basically the employees will not be able to enter that site to park. This is also required by the mitigation measure in the transportation chapter 20 of the final environmental impact report, AHO 1163. So overall, we're providing information to for everybody to understand that the access roads and the traffic on those access roads will be limited throughout the entire project construction. Next slide, please. There'll be designated access roads that will be included in the construction plans and specifications, and they are defined as part of the construction work area. These are also identified in the DWR 00020 and DWR 00040 in detail. Now, the details are included in my testimony, so I won't repeat them during this presentation. There was a concern that as construction is initiated, how will we maintain that the contractors and their employees and their delivery vehicles will actually adhere to these designated access roads? We will be using a method that is used on most construction projects, in which we actually have construction and I've used it too, during the initial part of construction, we actually place monitors from our employees out in the unmarked cars along other access roads. And if we see the construction vehicles on these access roads, they are reported to the contractor. And initially the contractor receives a notice of noncompliance. And if it continues past 1 or 2 times, fines will be issued in the fine schedule, and this whole concept is included in the plans and specifications. So the contractor is aware that there will be only designated access roads used. Next slide, please. There was another concern about the improvement in the protection of the access roads. We recognize that as we looked at in AHO 1005, Chapter 3 of the final environmental impact report, the road conditions are currently on almost all these access roads are classified as marginal to unacceptable. Therefore, as I said, we will need to repave, and in many cases have to go down and redo the bedding of these roads. As part of our geotechnical investigations, which were also listed in AHO 1005, there will be 50-foot deep borings below all of the access roads, and to make that determination of what the modifications need to be prior to construction. And those modifications would be in place. All of the access roads would be making sure that we have at least 2 lanes plus shoulders. The lanes would be at least 12 feet wide, and the shoulders would be at least 8 feet wide. All of the designs that will move with this would be developed in accordance with the Caltrans or county criteria, depending on the owner of the roadway. And geometric approval drawings would be presented to those agencies for approval prior to any improvements, as we have discussed in these references. Next slide, please. They said all of the access roads will either be new, widened, or improved. Throughout the construction, we will also be doing condition assessments because we are required to do that. One, because it makes we have to do it to maintain those access roads for access for the construction vehicles, especially the material deliveries, vehicle type things. We also are required to do it for several other reasons. AHO 1007 is the final environmental impact report, Appendix 3B, which are the environmental commitments in the environmental impact report. And this is required for us to look at the condition assessment, repave it, modify the foundations if necessary. In addition, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Incidental Take Permit Condition of Approval 11.26, which is presented in AHO 065, also requires us to do this because they have described that eroding pavement and other could actually cause problems in receiving waters, adjacent receiving waters, and cause problems to aquatic resources. So throughout the project construction, this will be required. And then at the end of construction, there will be another condition assessment so that the roadways, access roads, are handed back to the ownership agencies in the appropriate condition. Next slide, please. In addition to the access roads, I wanted to address something that Mr. Stefan or Dr. Mel was concerned about with the groundwater recharge under the RTM stockpiles, especially you addressed it at Twin Cities. However, it could be at any of the tunnel launch shafts of Twin Cities complex or at the Lower Roberts Island. You want to talk about how the RTM will be moved from the tunnel launch shaft in a conveyor belt to lined basins. These will be lined so that as for the sole purpose to allow us to collect and store for 1 to 2 weeks the materials so that we can test them and for both soil and the liquid materials to determine if there's any hazardous or other harmful constituents. And we picked 1 to 2 weeks because that would take the time for the laboratory results to come back. And this is also presented in AHO 1005, the final environmental impact report, chapter 3. If the material contains hazardous or toxic materials or other constituents are concerned, the RTM would be moved to a licensed disposal site. The liquid material would be treated on site in special treatment systems, and any of the sludge, if it was hazardous, would be also moved to a licensed disposal site. If the material does not contain hazardous materials, the RTM is moved to what we call long-term storage. And at that point, these long-term storage areas are not lined. They will be, the way that RTM material will be placed is they'd be placed in 18-inch lifts, and then there will be enough storage space so they'll continue to be placed in 18-inch lifts until we get to the end, and then we move back. And after about 1 to 2 weeks, the next lift will be placed on the RTM's lift on the RTM site. And this way, the RTM gets dried, it compacts, but it doesn't compact totally, so that it's probably mostly going to be sand and gravels and silty clays, as based upon our preliminary geotechnical information. And we believe that the rainfall on the stockpiles will continue to move through the material and be absorbed into the ground. And then also post-construction, the stockpiles will remain, but however, all of the other, most of the other impervious facilities such as roadways and parking areas will be removed from the tunnel launch shaft sites. And then that area will also be opened up for groundwater recharge. With that information, this concludes my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Buchholz. And I think we should go ahead and we'll move to Ms. Wolf, and then after Ms. Wolf, we'll take a break. So with that, welcome, Ms. Wolf. I will go ahead and administer the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good morning, Ms. Wolf.
Good morning.
And Ms. Wolf, is DWR 1301 a true and correct copy of your CV?
It is.
And is DWR 1300R a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony for this hearing?
It is. There was a further correction in 1300R.
And Ms. Wolf, oh, I'm sorry.
Do you want me to tell you what it is?
I was just going to ask, yes, please.
Okay, so on page 7, line 5, the correct citation should read PDF page 7, figure 29-1, environmental justice.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. And did you rely on DWR 15 and Administrative Hearing Officer Exhibits 1195 and 1183 to support your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And is DWR 1302 a true and correct copy of the PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 1302 for us. And Ms. Wolf, if you could please proceed with summarizing your experience and your testimony when you are ready.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Barbara Wolf. I'm a senior environmental planner and project coordinator at ICF. I started as an editor of environmental documents in 2011 and promoted to my current role in 2019. A copy of my CV has been submitted as DWR 1301. I've been involved with the Delta Conveyance Project EIR since we began working on it in early 2020. I was the primary author of Chapter 29, Environmental Justice, and lead co-author of Chapter 3, Project Description. As the lead author of the Project Description, I also became a resource for technical authors when they had questions about the project. I've prepared environmental justice and tribal cultural resources analyses for other water projects in the Delta and elsewhere for DWR, California Fish and Wildlife, counties, cities, and reclamation districts, and these are listed on my CV. I have a master's degree in applied cultural anthropology with electives in American Indian Studies and Federal Indian Law, and I've conducted field work with rural communities and Native American tribes. I have the training and methodological understanding to conduct environmental justice analysis. Next slide, please. In preparing this rebuttal, I reviewed the written testimonies of Dr. John Finn, DTEC 60, and Dr. Brian Tomlin, HCC SCDA 25, and the transcripts of their oral testimonies. After reviewing these testimonies, based on my knowledge of the project and as lead author of the environmental justice analysis, my opinion is that the testimonies misrepresent the data by not including all minority groups reported in the environmental justice analysis of the EIR, and the witnesses focus on the town of Hood and other limited locations in the project area presents a narrow view of where to find minority and low-income residents compared to the complete project geography that was analyzed in the environmental impact report. Next slide, please. As Chapter 29 reported, environmental justice communities are present throughout the Delta and the entire project area. So there is potential for disproportionate effect regardless of where facilities might be sited. The witnesses' use of somewhat different methods and years of data sources still doesn't convey the full picture of environmental justice concerns. Next slide, please. So these maps are full page versions are in AHO 1195, Chapter 29, the Environmental Justice Analysis, and they illustrate the distribution of minority and low-income populations throughout the study area. Ms. Mullen, if you would zoom in on the left-hand image, or if it's AHO 1195, page 13. And if you would scroll up a little, and I don't know if you can zoom in anymore. So, okay, so initially I wanted to call your attention to the light tan background of the base map. And this represents the environmental justice study area for the EIR. And it consists of all the census tracts and tracks that any part of the project alignment intersects. The base map also shows census block groups within the tracks, which is the lavender or pink looking lines. As you can see from in the previous full page view, the EIR study area includes a much larger geography than either witness analyzed. It even includes the census tract in Alameda County, where the project only extends into a small corner. The footprint of the approved Bethany alignment starts just north of Hood and extends to Mountain House in the South Delta. Where we've zoomed in on this map of minority populations, the hatched areas show where minorities compose 50% or more of the population of that census tract or block group. So these shaded polygons capture all the minority groups reported by the census. We used the 50% or more as our threshold for determining the presence of minority communities. And this was in accordance with federal guidance on various methods for environmental justice analysis. Ms. Mullen, if you would zoom out and move over to the right-hand map. Thank you. Can you zoom out to the full image for a moment? Thank you. So on the right-hand map is the low-income households in the study area. And as you can see by the hatching, even at this small scale, low-income households are located not just by the intakes, but over practically the entire study area. Our threshold for the presence of low-income communities was where 20% or more households have a median household income of equal to or less than $60,000. And that threshold was based on 80% or less of the statewide median household income for a four-person household that was reported by the American Community Survey 2019. And this threshold is also consistent with federal guidance for environmental justice analysis. Next slide, please. So Dr. Finn's discussion focused mainly on the Hispanic population and on a smaller radius of facilities than our mapping for the EIR analyzed. He didn't discuss other minorities in any detail that are counted by the census. And this seemed to us arbitrary given the extent of the project and the presence of multiple populations with environmental justice concerns. For instance, Table 29-1 in Chapter 29, AHO 1195, that is on pages 10 through 12, shows a sizable Asian population that amounts to almost 21% of the total EIR study area population, which is second only to the Hispanic population, which consists of 26% of the total population. Pardon me. Dr. Finn provided no reasons for omitting other minorities in his discussion. Dr. Finn also stated in oral testimony, pardon me. He also stated in his oral testimony that he used proximity to project facilities as his proxy for potential impact. And while that may work in some situations, applying that standard to the underground tunnel segments where there's no surface construction misrepresents project impacts. Just 100 feet below the ground
I
surface.
apologize for interrupting. Ms. Wolf, you keep cutting out just very slightly. So if you could repeat what do you think, Hearing Officer Kinsey, last paragraph? Was she cutting out for you?
Yes, no, I was going to read, and I think it's a matter of the internet connection, not your equipment. So
Okay,
we
thank
can,
you.
because you cut out and then the voicing goes very quickly as if it's a catch up of a lag. But if we can start again our court reporter, if you would please identify where, and I apologize, Ms. Wolf.
I apologize. I don't know exactly where. It was about the last paragraph. Or if you would, because you also cut out a little bit when you started talking about Dr. Finn's, when
We
you
may
began
want-
this section.
I
I
think
can
that,
just
and
start
just
over.
in the interest of a clear record, start over with this slide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. When I was listening to the other testimonies, there was some cutout also for Jason's and Adams. I don't know where that came from, whether it was my device or in the line. Okay, so as I was saying, Dr. Finn's discussion in his written testimony focused mainly on the Hispanic population and on a smaller radius of the facilities than the EIR analyzed, as the previous maps showed. He didn't discuss concerns of other minorities that are counted by the census, and this seems arbitrary given the extent of the project and the presence of multiple populations with environmental justice concerns. For instance, Table 29-1 in EIR Chapter 29, which is AHO 1195, shows a sizable Asian population that amounts to almost 21% of the total EIR study area population, second only to the majority Hispanic population at 26%. Yet Dr. Finn provides no reasons for omitting other minorities in his discussion. Dr. Finn also stated in oral testimony that he used proximity to project facilities as his proxy for potential impact. While that may work in some situations, applying that standard to the underground tunnel segments where there's no surface construction misrepresents project impacts. He did not seem aware that the top of the tunnel would be at least 100 feet below the ground surface and for miles between the shafts. The most likely impact where there would be no surface construction could be noise and vibration from tunnel construction and operation, but the final EIR estimated that these would be well below thresholds in all situations along the underground portion of the alignment. So assuming that people near these miles of underground segments of the tunnel would necessarily be affected overstates the potential impacts of tunnel construction and operation. Next slide, please. I found a similar misunderstanding of the project in Dr. Tomlin's testimony. His focus on a small portion of the project area and mainly on Hispanic residents, again, doesn't reflect the full scope of communities and concerns in the project area. His analysis inexplicably includes the pocket neighborhood, which our maps show is not in the project footprint or the larger EIR study area census tracts. He somehow used zip code to estimate demographic data for both the pocket and the town of Freeport, which, as far as I know, is quite an unusual methodology. In oral testimony, he described estimating the population of a zip code by looking at a map, which does not seem very precise. With an internet search, I found several credible sources of demographic information by zip code, but he does not cite any of these. Listening to his oral testimony during cross-examination, I was perplexed to hear his incorrect explanation of census units. He incorrectly stated that a census-designated place, a CDP, is within a census block group. In fact, the census defines a CDP as consisting of multiple tracts, block groups, or blocks. He also explained that he used the terms census block and block group interchangeably, but a block group contains multiple census blocks, so the terms are not, in fact, interchangeable. These errors weaken the evidence for some of his demographic findings. Next slide. So in conclusion, the witnesses' focus on one community or a few and one or two ethnic groups doesn't consider the full geographic scope of the project or the full scope of affected communities. They don't demonstrate any specific project impacts or characteristics that might affect environmental justice. If their implication is that moving facilities to a different location would reduce disproportionate adverse effects, our mapping shows that that would not be the case. As the environmental impact report recognized, minority and low-income populations are present throughout the study area and the project footprint. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. With that, I think it makes sense for us to go ahead and take our mid-morning break. But before we do, let me look to the room. Who, for the protestants, is planning to ask questions first? And I'm also looking for ideally a proposed order of go, if you will. If we can elevate Mr. Sanlubert B.
And while we're elevating, if
Please.
Ms. Wolf, you're free to turn off your camera and mute yourself while we're getting ready for break. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Sanlubert B.
Good morning, Officer Kinsey. Good morning, everyone. I think that I am scheduled to go first, and I have questions for Ms. Wolf, although I don't have right in front of me a complete list of the order. I think I might look to Ms. Meserve for that. I believe she would probably be best situated to answer that.
Wonderful, thank you. And good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning, OSHA Meserve. So we've been coordinating, and I believe the order today will be DTEC as indicated, and then I will be asking questions for the counties. And then after that will be Mr. Brodsky, and then after that will be Ms. Tabor. And then I'm not sure if there are any other questions after that, but I'm sure if there are, the folks will let you know.
We'll get to that. That's great. Thank you for letting me know what the immediate forecast is.
Okay.
Thank you. Then with that, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning break. We'll come back at 10:35. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I will look to Mr. Sanlubert B. I believe you identified, was it Ms. Who are you primarily cross-examining?
Ms. Wolf.
Ms. Wolf, thank you. And we'll make sure Ms. Wolf is with us. Ms. Wolf, if you would please come on camera. Thank you. And we have Ms. Carroll, so I think we are ready to go. So questions to you, Mr. Sanlubert B, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning again, everyone. I am Justin St. Lubert BA, counsel for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. Ms. Wolf, thank you for being here this morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. I would like to start us off. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up TWR 1300R and scroll us to paragraph 5. Perfect. Thank you very much. And actually, just taking a step back, Ms. Wolf, have you previously testified in this proceeding?
No, I haven't.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to get that on the record. All right. Ms. Wolf, do you recall testifying in reference to Dr. Finn's environmental justice analysis that, quote, Asian or Pacific Islander, non-Hispanic, Native Hawaiian, non-Hispanic, and Black, non-Hispanic minority groups were arbitrarily omitted from the analysis without any clear evidence of why that was done?
Yes, I did say something like that.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf, did you review Dr. Finn's testimony in reaching this conclusion?
I did.
Great. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DTEC 60. Excellent. And Ms. Wolf, do you see that this is Dr. Finn's testimony?
Yes.
Great. And you're familiar with this document, I assume?
Yes.
Great. All right. Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll to page 6, please. And Ms. Wolf, you see this is the section on intake construction?
Yes, I see that heading.
Great. Ms. Mullen, if we could just now scroll to page 8. I'm sorry, I'm going to be asking you to do a lot of scrolling today. Perfect. That's great. Ms. Wolf, do you see table 1 in Dr. Finn's testimony?
I do see the table.
And do you see the label indicating that this table provides descriptive statistics showing the percentage of the population within each buffer ring of each census-defined racial and ethnic group?
Yes, I see that.
And do you see the row providing the percentage for the Black population in each respective buffer ring?
Yes.
Do you see the row providing the percentage for the Asian population?
Yes.
And do you see the row providing the percentage for the Native Hawaiian population?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could now scroll to page 10. Great. Ms. Wolf, do you see this as the section on shaft construction?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Great. Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll to page 12 now. Perfect. Ms. Wolf, do you see table 5 in Dr. Finn's testimony?
Yes.
And do you see that this table contains the same rows as table 1 we just discussed?
Yes, I see that.
Great. Now, finally, Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll to page 13. And if we could scroll maybe a bit down, I'm looking for the header on pipeline construction. There we go. Thank you. Ms. Wolf, do you see this as the section on pipeline construction?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll quickly to page 15 to the table. Could. Perfect. Ms. Wolf, you see table 9 in Dr. Finn's testimony?
Yes, I see it.
And do you see that this table contains the same rows as tables 1 and 5 we just discussed?
Yes, I do.
Great. Ms. Wolf, would you agree then that each of these racial and ethnic population groups were included in Dr. Finn's environmental justice analysis?
They were presented in these tables that you've illustrated, but the text of his analysis, the qualitative discussion, really didn't discuss any of these other groups except for Hispanic and one mention of American Indian populations. So I was focused on his actual discussion and not just the tables of statistics.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So you would agree then that he did do the analysis and present the results?
Asked and answered.
Overrule.
He presented the statistics of the various ethnic groups.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could return to DWR 1300R, I'm now looking to page 4, lines 16 through 17. Perfect. Great, thank you. Ms. Wolf, do you recall testifying that Dr. Finn's analysis, quote, suggests that different facility locations could reduce impacts to minority and low-income communities, but that is inconsistent with our analysis, which demonstrates that minorities and low-income residents are present throughout the entire project study area in high proportions?
Are you asking me if that's what this document says?
Yes, I'm asking you if you recall testifying in this document to that effect.
Yes, that's what we took the implication to be.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I do want to dig into that statement, but I'm just going to have to lay a little bit of groundwork first. So if you could bear with me as we go through this, just to make sure we're on the same page. A census tract, speaking generally, is made up of a number of block groups, right? That's how that works.
Yes.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Wolf, the threshold for a minority population used in Chapter 29 of the DCP EIR was the presence of minority populations as defined by the census of greater than 50%, right?
50% or more, yes.
Great. And isn't it true that some of the census tracts in the study area have minority populations below 50%, while others have minority populations above 50%?
Yes.
And isn't it true that according to the table in Chapter 29, the differences in the minority population percentages across different census tracts within the project study area are sometimes more than 60 percentage points?
Mr. Sanglier, could you please clarify which table you're referring to?
Sure. Well, maybe we could just pull it up, actually. Ms. Mullen, would you pull up AHO 1195, page 10, table 29-1? Great, yes. All right, Ms. Wolf, I'm going to represent to you that we're looking at Chapter 29 of the EIR. Are you familiar with this table?
Yes.
And Ms. Wolf, the rightmost column of this table lists the minority population percentage, correct?
Yes.
Great. And let's see if we have it on the screen. Great, I think it's there at the bottom. All right, so Ms. Wolf, the EIR shows that for Census Tract 43, for example, every block group within the tract has a minority population above 90%, right?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And for Census Tract 3040.04, which is also on the screen. Perfect. Every block group within that tract has a minority population below 25%, right? Of
I'm sorry, which tract are you referring to?
course. So for census tract 3040.04, which I believe is about 2/3 of the way down the page right now.
Okay, yes.
Do you see that in that census tract, every block group within the tract has a minority population below 25%?
Yes, but that's in Alameda County.
Understood. Thank you. Now, isn't it true that some of the block groups in some census tracts have minority populations below 50%, while other block groups within the same census tract have minority populations above 50%?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Thank you. Let's see, I want to turn to income now, I think, Ms. Wolf. Just so we're on the same page, the threshold for a census tract to be considered low income in Chapter 29 was 20% or more of households making under $60,000, right?
Equal to or less than, yes.
Equal to or less than $60,000?
Yes, equal to or less than $60,000 was our threshold.
Got it, thank you. And isn't it true that some of the census tracts in the study area have low-income populations below 20%, while others have low-income populations above 20%?
Yes.
And let's see, let's scroll to page 15, please, Ms. Mullen, if you would, table 29-2. Great. And Ms. Wolf, you're familiar with this table?
Yes.
And the rightmost column of this table lists the percentage of households with an income of less than $60,000 for each census tract and block group in the study area, correct?
Correct.
Great. Let's see if we can find, oh, great. It's right there on the page. Perfect. So the EIR shows that for census tract 4,511.01, for example, 12.7% of households had an income below 60,000, right?
Yes.
And let's see, if we could scroll to page 17, Ms. Mullen. Let's see, I'd like to find census tract 98, or excuse me, 39 actually. It might be a little bit lower on the page. Ah, yes, there it is, census tract 39. Great, thank you. So Ms. Wolf, for census tract 39, for example, 64.2% of households had an income below $60,000, right?
Yes.
And actually, let's just scroll. No, it's right there on the page for us already. Apologies, Ms. Mullen. Lastly, for census tract 98, 63.8% of households had an income below $60,000, right, Ms. Wolf?
Correct.
Thank you so much. So looking now to block groups, isn't it true that some of the block groups within the same census tracts have low income populations below 20%, while other block groups in those same census tracts have low income populations above 20%?
In some block groups, that's the case.
Thank you. All right, I think we can take a step back from these tables, Ms. Wolf. And I'd like to talk about the impacts discussed in Chapter 29. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up DWR 1300 again, page 10.
Mr. BRBA, would you like 1300R?
Yes, excuse me. Sorry, I didn't have that in my notes, but yes, that would be better. And I think it looks like we're already there. Perfect. All right. Ms. Wolf, do you recall testifying that Chapter 29 found that significant impacts created by the project on some resource topics could have a disproportionate impact on environmental justice communities?
That is correct.
Great. I apologize, Ms. Mullen. I'm going to ask you to ping pong back to AHO 1195, page 2 this time. And ideally lines 22 through 25. Great. Ms. Wolf, do you see on lines 22 through 25 where it says, quote, because minority and low-income residents meeting or exceeding the respective environmental justice thresholds are present in high proportions in the study area census block groups, it is assumed that significant impacts that would not be reduced to a less than significant level would constitute a disproportionately adverse effect on environmental justice?
That's what it says.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to break this apart to make sure I'm understanding it. This is saying that any CEQA impact that remains significant after mitigation is assumed to have a disproportionate impact on environmental justice, right?
Objection to the extent that it calls for a legal conclusion, also asked and answered.
Noted with respect to the legal conclusion, but please, Ms. Wolf, if you respond within your expertise.
So the criteria for determining a disparate impact is whether is first of all based on the findings of the resource chapters. And for a given resource, if there was a significant impact that could not be mitigated to less than significant, and it occurred in an environmental justice environment, then yes, that would be considered disparate because there are a high number of disadvantaged people present.
Right, and you're looking at kind of the whole study area in coming to that conclusion, right?
That's correct. We've considered not just individual locations, but the totality of the study area as the comparative reference group.
Got it. So in other words, Chapter 29 doesn't examine the impacts to environmental justice communities on a more granular level than the study area as a whole. So say, for example, the block group or the census tract level, right?
Objection outside of scope of this testimony.
Overruled. Please, if you would clarify, Ms. Wolf.
That's broadly correct. We looked at the totality of minorities and low-income groups near the project alignment and in the context of all the census tracts.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. So then Chapter 29 doesn't examine whether any individual project features are in an area in the study, an area of the study area with a higher low-income population compared to the study area as a whole, right?
Objection
Yes.
misstates testimony.
Well, I'm just trying to get a sense of, I mean, if that's not accurate, please let me know, Ms. Wolf.
Exactly, Ms. Wolf, you can correct as needed, please.
Yeah, we did not look at individual locations. We looked at the entirety of the project and the entirety of the environmental justice population.
Got it. Ms. Wolf, aren't there analytical methodologies that researchers used to excuse me, let me start over. Aren't there analytical methodologies that researchers use to conduct inquiries into demographic attributes like the race and income of those living in close proximity to a particular site?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to methodologies.
I mean, methodologies in the broad sense. I mean, any kind of research tools that you can think of. Does that clarify?
Objection, still vague and ambiguous as to the type of research.
Will you run the question by again, or you can rephrase it if you'd like?
Well, maybe I'll try one more time and then I'm happy to rephrase. But the question I asked was, isn't it true that there are analytical methodologies that researchers use to conduct inquiries into demographic attributes like race and income of those living in close proximity to particular sites?
I'll allow the question, please, Ms. Wolf.
I'm not aware of every possible analytical methodology.
Would you say that Dr. Finn's ring buffer analysis is a methodology that would allow someone to make statements about the race and income of those living in close proximity to a particular site?
It is a methodology that could be used, but it is not one that is provided in the federal guidance for environmental justice analysis.
So in other words, it would have been possible for Chapter 29 to analyze whether individual project features, like construction sites, for example, are in areas with higher aggregate minority or low-income populations compared to the study area as a whole, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can caveat, Ms. Wolf, as you need to respond to that.
Thank you. Because the environmental justice analysis was primarily a federal requirement, we followed the federal guidance.
I understand that, Ms. Wolf, that makes sense. But then is your answer that it would have been possible, but you elected not to follow that path in preparing Chapter 29?
Asked and answer.
Overruled.
It was not a methodology that we chose to use.
I apologize for drilling down, and I understand that, but you could have used such a methodology, right?
Again, asked and answered.
Overruled.
In consultation with my colleagues and managers and others involved, and by following the general federal guidance to use census tracts, that was what we chose to do.
Which federal guidance are you referring to?
There are several documents that I did not cite in my testimony, but they are available in the administrative record.
Do you, sitting here today, recall any of those that you'd be able to tell me about at this moment?
If I'm permitted to answer that, I do somewhere have a note to myself about what those were. Give me a moment. So one of them was by the Interagency Working Group on Environmental Justice and NEPA Committee of 2016, promising practices for EJ methodologies in NEPA reviews. And the other was by the Council on Environmental Quality in 1997, titled Environmental Justice Guidance under the National Environmental Policy Act.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Um, I just want to very quickly one last time before we move on, just make sure, just for the clarity of the record. And again, I do apologize for returning to this, but you followed federal guidance in the choice of methodology, and you chose not to conduct a more granular analysis than the study area as a whole. But it would have been possible to do so, right?
Asked and answered.
Let me try it this way because I am interested in the response, Ms. Wolf, which is, would you please describe what factors led you to follow this particular, to select this particular methodology? I understand you've testified as to the federal guidance. Were there other factors that influenced that decision?
I'm sorry, you cut out there for a minute after the first part of the question. Could you
Certainly.
repeat?
Let me try again, which is I am interested to know whether there are factors in addition to the federal guidance that led you to select a particular methodology. So my question is whether there were other factors that influenced your decision to select a particular methodology in Chapter 29.
No, it was our our standard approach is to follow the federal guidance.
Thank you. That clarifies things for me. With that, back to you, Saint-Lubert BA. Now I'm recalling how to pronounce your name correctly. I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Officer Kinvey. It's a mouthful. Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll to just the end of page 48 and the start of page 49? Great. Actually, and if we could scroll just up a little bit so we can ground ourselves in where we are. I'm looking for maybe just a little bit more. Perfect. All right, and Ms. Wolf, I'll give you a minute to just kind of see where we're at. But I'm going to represent to you that this is the air quality impacts and looking at the environmental justice and on all project alternatives. And the question for you, Ms. Wolf, is Chapter 29 does not compare the environmental justice effects of air quality impacts across different project alternatives, right?
Objection. Outside of scope of testimony, she doesn't mention air quality at all in her rebuttal.
Mr. Saint-Lubert BA, do you care to try to connect this to the rebuttal testimony?
Absolutely. Well, so I'm still, and I apologize, this is quite a, involved line of questioning. I do understand, but I'm digging into Ms. Wolf's statement that that Dr. Finn's testimony implies that moving the project features wouldn't result in a reduced impact to environmental justice, which, unless I'm misrepresenting Ms. Wolf's testimony, she said is inconsistent with the analysis in Chapter 29. So I'm exploring that inconsistency and yeah, trying to dig into that.
Understood. And I will allow this question. You may have to repeat it. I lost it, but Ms. Wolf, do you need the question again?
Yes, please.
Please.
Of course, happy to. Ms. Wolf, Chapter 29 does not compare the environmental justice effects of air quality impacts across project alternatives, right?
It reports the findings of the air quality analysis and where there was a difference in impacts between alternatives, it notes that.
So does the EIR determine whether some project alternatives lead to the impacts of air quality being more unevenly concentrated in environmental justice communities than those impacts would be under other project alternatives?
Objection is the scope. We're only referring to this singular alternative, the Bethany alignment.
Please.
Maybe I'll return to this. Let me try this again. Do all the project alternatives described in the EIR result in facilities in the exact same place?
What?
Objection outside of the scope of testimony.
I think you probably should try again. That was a confusing question.
I acknowledge that.
I know you're on the fly here. Take your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me see. I think I will move on, and maybe we can come back to this later. Let's look at DWR 1300R, Ms. Mullen, if we could, on page 2, looking to lines 17 through 20. Great. Ms. Wolf, do you recall testifying that, quote, I questioned Dr. Finn's focus on one or two minority groups as opposed to the entire minority and low-income population in the project footprint, as was analyzed in Chapter 29?
Yes, I didn't see his discussion of other minority groups other than tables.
And Ms. Wolf, Chapter 29 evaluates minority populations in the aggregate for purposes of applying the 50% threshold to be considered minority population, correct?
Correct.
And analyses that aggregate all racially minoritized populations together, by definition, don't consider the specific impacts on individual minority subpopulations, right?
Yes, I suppose that's correct.
So, for example, isn't it true that Chapter 29 doesn't consider whether the DCP would have disparate impacts on Hispanic or Latino communities specifically?
Well, that's right, because we aggregated.
Got it. Isn't it also true that analyses that aggregate across minority populations sometimes don't capture disparate impacts on numerically small subpopulations?
Well, we can only go by the census data that we have, and it's acknowledged that especially ACS data is sometimes not reliable for very small populations.
I guess I really want to understand kind of the methodology in Chapter 29. And I guess maybe the easiest way to do this would be to kind of think, well, I guess let's say that you were analyzing a different project, but with the same methodology as Chapter 29. And in this hypothetical scenario, there's the study area is 40% Hispanic, Latino, 5% American Indian, and the rest is non-Hispanic white. Isn't it true that using Chapter 29's methodology, you would not find a disproportionate effect on environmental justice in that scenario?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical relevance.
And the incomplete, Ms. Carroll, are you referring to? I think there was we need to talk about an impact. Is that what you're referring to?
That's one piece, yes.
Okay. I think, Mr. Saint-Lubert-Billet, you didn't have an impact in your hypothetical, so then I'm not sure where the environmental justice impact came in.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you. I mean, let's say that similarly to as was discussed in Chapter 29, there is an impact. There's at least one significant and unavoidable impact in that area, in that study area, as in chapter 29.
Vague and ambiguous as to the impact. There's multiple impacts discussed in chapter 29, so also compound.
I'm going to allow the hypothetical, but Ms. Wolf, if you need more information, based on your expertise, please let us know.
Yeah, I think the answer is it depends. 50% is not the only methodology or not the only threshold criteria. The federal guidance gives a couple of choices of ways to approach. And one of, and the other dependency is, is it a project that's in a single location as opposed to Delta Conveyance, which is a linear project that extends over many miles. So there are other ways of looking at it to avoid discounting a given minority population. 50% is very straightforward and simple. And when but it's not the only way to do it.
I see. Well, I guess I'm really interested in kind of understanding the chapter 29's methodology, which does use the 50% threshold. So I guess for this hypothetical, I'd be interested in using that 50% threshold as well. And under these conditions of, say, 40% Hispanic Latino.
I don't feel it would. It depends on the dimensions and the scope of the project, but from the information that you've provided, I can't say. It depends.
Okay. So how was the 50% threshold decided on for purposes of chapter 29's analysis then?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled, please, Ms. Wolf.
I lost audio.
Do you need the question again? Ms. Wolf, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay, good. I think Mr. Sandler-Berbier, if you would repeat the question.
Yeah, of course. Ms. Wolf, how was the 50% threshold chosen for purpose of the minority population analysis in chapter 29?
It was chosen in accordance with the federal guidance. When we looked at the census data, it was clear that the total minority population of the study area was more than 50%. So it's a simple yes/no question. Is there a minority population? Yes. And if it's more than, using that particular threshold, if you exceed the threshold, then you need to do an environmental justice analysis.
So I guess, well, so I'm kind of going off of your response to my hypothetical where, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think you said that 50%, you weren't comfortable based on the information that I presented, saying that you using that 50% threshold because there's other methodologies. And so, sorry, is that right? Did I accurately characterize what your response was?
You would choose a methodology after looking at census data, choose a methodology that was fairly representative of the conditions at that site.
So you testified that the 50% methodology comes from the federal guidance. And so the federal guidance, just to help me understand what's in that federal guidance, has instructions based on, or perhaps not instructions, but recommendations or something like that for which percentage threshold to use based on the attributes of the study area. Or I guess what is, sorry, let me phrase that much more simply. What is in the federal guidance or how does the federal guidance lead you to that 50% threshold as opposed to some other threshold or some other methodology?
Objection. This is going really far outside the scope. The witness has already testified that the methodology found the EJ presence. And so I don't understand the relevance of delving into another methodology when that was already found, and it goes way far beyond the scope of this witness's testimony.
I'm going to allow this because at this point, I'm interested to know what is in this federal guidance. So please, Ms. Wolf.
Well, I haven't memorized it. I would have to, unfortunately, it's not online anymore. Of course, I do have a copy of it. Should I pull it up?
So based on, maybe let me ask this, Ms. Wolf, based on sitting here today, you would need to refresh your memory by reference to the federal guidance to respond to Mr. Sandler-Berbier's question. Is that accurate?
Yes, I can describe one other aspect that the guidance describes, which is the use of a reference population to compare who's where, to compare the proportions. But yeah, I would need to refresh myself by looking at the actual guidance.
Thank you.
Since that wasn't relevant to this testimony.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you, Ms. Wolf. What was so you mentioned the reference population. What was the reference population for Chapter 29? Was it the population of the entire state?
It was the entire population of the study area of all the census tracts.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, was the choice of the 50% threshold based on the demographics of the study area?
Yes, it was based on what we saw from the census data.
And does DWR apply this 50% threshold for all its environmental justice analyses?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with other environmental justice analyses that used either a similar or the same or a different threshold?
No, I'm not.
All right. Thank you for bearing with me. Ms. Wolf, you testified that Dr. Finn's analysis found the construction of intake facilities would disproportionately impact Hispanic / Latino communities, right?
No, I don't think I said that. I think
I
he said
apologize.
that.
I apologize for okay, but yes, sorry. Let's maybe just pull up your testimony 1300 R paragraph 8, Ms. Mullen. If we could just scroll down. Okay. And I'm just asking, you testified that Dr. Finn's analysis found the construction intake facilities would disproportionately impact Hispanic / Latino communities, right?
Yes, that was what I understood his testimony to say.
Got it. Thank you. And isn't it true you testified that Dr. Finn's analysis found the construction of intake facilities would disproportionately impact American Indian / Alaska Native communities?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sure.
Where is that in my testimony?
Let's see. I'm looking at lines 8 through 10 right now.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Yeah. So I'm just asking if you testified in those lines or elsewhere that Dr. Finn's analysis found the construction of intake facilities would disproportionately impact American Indian / Alaska Native communities.
Well, I saw that in his testimony. That's not consistent with what our data showed.
And you testified again that Dr. Finn's analysis found the construction of shafts would disproportionately impact Hispanic / Latino communities, right?
Could you show me where I mentioned the shafts?
Of course. I'm looking
Okay.
at lines 11 through 12, I think. 11 through 14.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yes, he made buffers at the shafts.
And found a disparate impact on Hispanic Latino communities from shaft construction, right?
Well, that's what he found.
Great, thank you. So your rebuttal report doesn't dispute the factual accuracy of those findings, right?
My rebuttal report acknowledges that there are environmental justice communities throughout the project, and recognizes that, as we showed in chapter 29, that some impacts would be disproportionate.
The rebuttal report doesn't, for example, present evidence that, for example, intake construction would not disproportionately affect Hispanic Latino communities, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sorry, I do apologize for this. Your report doesn't present evidence showing that the construction of intake facilities would not impact Hispanic Latino communities, right?
By my report, what do you mean?
So
Also vague and
sorry.
ambiguous as impact.
Well, so I guess I'll take those one at a time. Ms. Wolf, I'm referring to your rebuttal testimony that's in front of us. I apologize. That's what I was referring to when I was talking about report. And as to that objection, I'm just talking about impacts in the same way that Dr. Finn used it, and that Ms. Wolf has characterized Dr. Finn's testimony. Does that clarify things?
Please, Ms. Wolf.
Well, Dr. Finn doesn't discuss any particular impacts, whereas the environmental impact report is based on specific impacts.
Understood. But so nowhere in your rebuttal testimony do you present evidence, again, saying, for example, there is no disparate impact on Hispanic Latino communities from intake construction.
I can neither affirm nor deny that. We know that there's a disparate impact on some communities at some locations from some resource analyses. But we acknowledge, as chapter 29 acknowledges, there are some impacts on environmental justice.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. I guess I'm really just trying to dig into the contents of your testimony and kind of figuring out what's in there and what's not. Would it be fair to say that your rebuttal report doesn't include any evidence specifically counter to Dr. Finn's findings of disparate impact in each of those cases that we went over.
Objection vague and ambiguous as to impact.
Overruled, and you can clarify if you need to, Ms. Wolf.
Yeah, I think it comes back again to the differences in approach to the analysis. Where the EIR covered a larger geography and compiled all environmental justice communities to assess impacts. But we did not we didn't identify specific impacts on specific ethnic groups.
Got it. So just
But we're not denying that there are any impacts.
and so just to kind of make sure we have a really clean record, then if I'm understanding correctly what you're saying, there's nothing in your rebuttal testimony contradicting Dr. Finn's specific findings on that level.
Objection vague and ambiguous as to level. Asked and answered. It appears that there's some impact that Dr. Finn has identified specifically, there's no foundation based on the scope of this witness's testimony to ask that question.
I'm sorry. Try that, Ms. Morris. I did not understand that. I mean, we're talking here about testimony from Ms. Wolf describing Dr. Finn's testimony, and your objection is what would be outside of the scope? I'm sorry.
A specific impact. This witness is not testifying. If you look at the testimony, is not testifying. It's just re-summarizing Dr. Finn's finding. And if you look at the context of the testimony, the question about impact is not what this rebuttal testimony is about. And sorry, I'm wearing a mask, so I'm not sure if I'm muffled.
No, I can hear you fine, actually. Thank you. But Ms. And I'm sorry if I'm slow, but we have testimony here, for example, lines 5 and 6. He argues, that's Dr. Finn, that there is a disparate impact. And your objection is that this is a general statement about impacts or not a specific? I still don't understand.
I think the question is trying to state that there is an impact, and an impact is not identified, whereas the testimony is saying that the analysis, that the witness disagrees with the analysis, and those are very different things. And without Mr. Saint-Luberbier laying a foundation for which specific impact that he is relying on, it's impossible for the witness to answer, and it's also outside the scope of her testimony.
I see. So I think, Mr. Saint-Luberbier, that now I understand. If you want to clarify for the record, it seems like you could ask for clarification that this testimony is with respect to the analysis chosen and not an attempt to rebut the impacts or the conclusions of that analysis or the impacts identified. If you want to go in that direction, we can go there.
That is exactly the direction I was hoping to go. Yes.
Okay, please.
So I mean, I'll just repeat. Your response to Dr. Finn's testimony, Ms. Wolf, is responding to the methodology used and not to the specific findings produced by that methodology, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Officer Kinsey, would now be an appropriate time for a short break? I have a few more questions, but I was wondering if we could maybe just take a few minutes.
Yes, we can take 5 minutes. let's go ahead, take 5 minutes. We'll come back. I'll go ahead and say 11:36, please.
Thank you.
All right, I'll start by looking to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And we have all of us here. Wonderful. Then back to you, Mr. Saint-Lubert-Billet.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wolf, I want to return to something we were discussing just a little bit earlier. I guess what I'd like to know is, does the analysis in Chapter 29 permit any ranking of environmental justice impacts across the project alternatives?
Objection is to scope.
Noted. Please, can you connect us to rebuttal testimony, please?
Absolutely. So I am looking, I'm looking in a couple places. I'm looking at Ms. Wolf's statement that different facility locations couldn't necessarily reduce impacts to minority and low income communities. And I guess,
Do you
more
have
broadly,
do you have a page number for that or a paragraph number?
I do, yes. That would be in 1300 R, page 4, lines 16 through 17.
Thank you. Okay.
Ms. Mullen, would it be possible to pull that up?
Yes, please. That's 1300 R, page 4. Oh, you're already here. Look at that. And then so will you please connect your question to this testimony?
Of course. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is really exploring whether different project moving facilities, or going with one facility or not going with that facility, whether that would change the distribution, the distributional implications of the impacts discussed in the EIR.
Understood. So please, I think I'll allow the question, but let's run it by me again.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I would
Yes.
like to object based on relevance and ambiguity related to the use of facility. There are multiple facilities associated with this project.
Well, Mr. Saint-Lubert-Billet, are you intending to use the term facility in the same way it's used on line 14?
I am, yes.
Did you have something additional to that, Ms. Carroll?
Well, yes, because he's talking about relocating facilities. And so different facility locations, is he trying to address a specific location? Is he talking about it in its entirety?
I'm going to go with it looks like this is an analysis by Ms. Wolf of Dr. Finn's testimony. So it'll be based on Ms. Wolf's understanding of Dr. Finn's use of the term facility locations. And let's go ahead with the question, please.
Sure. Ms. Wolf, I'm wondering, does the analysis in Chapter 29, does that methodology that was used permit any ranking of the environmental justice impacts across alternatives?
Sorry, I was muted. We didn't rank anything in the sense of more impact or less impact. We just see that there are environmental justice communities throughout the project footprint. So wherever any, the alternative, by evaluating the impacts from each alternative for each resource, that addresses location in the sense that there were different alignments, and parts of the alignments had facilities in different locations. But
And
we
so,
didn't make a qualitative or any kind of quantitative ranking.
sorry, I think I was talking over you at the end. I apologize. You said you did not make any qualitative or quantitative ranking, right?
No, not in the sense of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ranking.
Understood. Well, I guess, isn't it also true that the methodology presented in chapter 29 not only does not, but also cannot determine whether some project alternatives have a greater impact on environmental justice communities than others?
Chapter 29 does not look at the scale of impact. It only looks at resource conclusions and whether an impact can or cannot be mitigated such that impacts are reduced to less than significant.
Right. So I guess maybe unpacking that. Chapter 29's finding of disproportionate impacts to environmental justice communities, or excuse me, I believe potential disproportionate impacts to environmental justice communities is based only on the observation that minorities and low-income communities are widely distributed throughout the study area, the entire study area, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And so using this logic, again, under that logic, it would be impossible to determine whether some project alternative had a greater impact on environmental justice communities than others using that methodology, right?
Relevance outside the scope. This testimony is focused on the alternative that was selected, not various other alternatives that appear to be the purpose of this question.
Overruled. I think that gets
Also, the testimony of Dr. Finn doesn't talk about other it couldn't even be something that could be rebutted because Dr. Finn doesn't talk about locating in any other location.
I think, and I'm going to overrule it because I think this goes to a better understanding of the methodology that's being employed here and how it relates to the testimony on lines 15 through 17. So please, Ms. Wolf, if you need the question again, please just let me know.
Yes, please say it again.
Of course. So I guess relying on the logic that there are potential environmental impacts based on the high presence of minority and low-income populations across the study area. Based on that logic, it would be impossible to determine whether some project alternative had a greater impact on environmental justice communities than other project alternatives using that methodology, right?
Objection to the extent it calls for what CEQA requires, and that's a legal conclusion.
Noted. Please, Ms. Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, basically our criteria was if there's an environmental justice community there, an impact could potentially be disproportionate. And the proportionality is based on the number of disadvantaged people in a given, in the study area as a whole. The resource chapters, I don't recall exactly, the resource chapters look at each alternative.
So then you would agree that Chapter 29's methodology cannot provide some ranking of the alternatives in terms of their environmental justice impact?
No, because that was not the objective of the analysis.
No, you would not agree, or no, it could not. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're clear.
I'm sorry. I agree that Chapter 29 does not rank the degree of impact. It merely identifies that there could be impact because there are disadvantaged people.
And it not only does not rank them, but it could not, right?
Sorry,
answer
there's audio.
relevance.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wolf, was there an audio problem? Is that what you were
I
saying?
didn't hear the rest of this question.
I'm going to allow the question, please, if you can repeat it.
Yeah, so sorry. So you just said that the chapter does not rank them, and I just want to be clear that you agree also that the methodology could not rank them.
I don't think so.
Is that sorry, could you say that again?
The methodology used in chapter 29 is not a ranking method.
So, Ms. Wolf, still looking to these lines 15 through 17 in front of us. If chapter 29 does not determine whether some project alternatives have a greater impact on environmental justice communities than others, isn't it true that chapter 29 is not inconsistent with Dr. Finn's testimony that different facility locations could reduce impacts to minority and low-income communities?
Ranking implies some scale of impact. Chapter 29 just looks at the yes/no question.
So then it's not inconsistent with Dr. Finn's analysis that that shows that, or that suggests that moving facility locations could result in lower impact to minorities and low-income residents, right?
I would only be speculating about whether, where moving something to, or whether moving something would change something. All we have is the comparison of alternatives that was conducted for the EIR and which chapter 29 relies upon and summarizes.
Right, and because it is looking at that level, it's not inconsistent with Dr. Finn's findings, is it?
I mean, that's a matter of opinion.
Well, I guess I'd be interested in your opinion, Ms. Wolf.
Well, I felt that his analysis was inconsistent because he focuses on a smaller geography in the sense that he only goes out to about, his buffers only go to about 3 miles, and his discussion only mentions Hispanic populations. And so, to me, his method is inconsistent or different, certainly, than our method. But both documents acknowledge that there are disparate impacts in some locations where there are minority or low-income people.
But there's nothing in chapter 29 that suggests that Dr. Finn is wrong, that different facility locations could reduce impacts to minority and low-income communities.
And chapter 29 does not know anything about Dr. Finn's analysis.
Well, there's nothing in chapter 29, no findings in chapter 29 that would indicate to you that Dr. Finn is right or wrong about those findings, right?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. Are we talking about the lines shown on the screen that are talking about moving, Dr. Finn suggesting moving the intake facilities? Are we talking about some other Dr. Finn analysis?
Mr.
Yes.
Senior.
Sorry, I am talking about those lines.
So the question is in regards to whether or not moving the intake facilities?
Yeah, my question is that the testimony here says that our analysis, and citing to chapter 29, I'm assuming that that analysis is chapter 29, saying that chapter 29 is inconsistent with Dr. Finn's analysis, which suggests that different facility locations could reduce impacts to minority and low-income communities. And I don't understand how they're inconsistent, because it was my understanding, well, based on my understanding of Ms. Wolf's testimony just now, I'm trying to understand how exactly they're inconsistent.
And I think we need a question, if you can please.
Yes, of course. Ms. Wolf, there, the methodology in chapter 29 does not allow for, or strike that. There are no findings in chapter 29 or in your rebuttal testimony that contradict Dr. Finn's finding that different facility locations could reduce impacts to minority and low-income communities, right?
Section, again, are we talking about the intake facilities? Because that's what's referenced in this rebuttal testimony.
That's,
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, is somebody talking? I've lost audio again.
No, I think we're looking to you. Do you need the question again, Ms. Wolf?
No, I need a moment to
Sure.
consider. The testimony and Dr. Finn's testimony and chapter 29 are not inconsistent in the sense that they both identify impacts on environmental justice. The methodologies are different. The base data sets are a little different. But the difference is the focus. Whereas Dr. Finn's testimony focuses on fairly limited locations and only basically one ethnic group, while chapter 29, as I've said already, looks at the project as a whole and the study area and the environmental justice communities as a whole. The ultimate conclusions are not inconsistent. Yes, there are impacts.
Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up AHO 1195, page 35, and looking to lines 35 through 37? Okay, great. Ms. Wolf, do you see where it says, I think right there on, starting at the end of line 35, the census tracts and block groups where the physical components of the project would be located are where communities are most likely to experience environmental changes or direct adverse effects as a result of the project?
Yes, I see those words, but I lost audio at the last three words of the sentence.
Do you need me to repeat the question, or do you think we're looking at the same words?
Was the question, do I see those words?
Yes, just
Yes, I see lines 35 through 37.
great, thank you. And do you recall our conversation a few minutes ago about the variations in percentages of minority and low-income populations across both census tracts and across block groups within the same census tract?
Yes.
And Ms. Wolf, given those variations and the fact that communities are most likely to experience direct adverse effects in the census tracts and block groups where the physical components of the project would be located, isn't it possible that some project alternatives would have a greater environmental justice impact than others?
Protection outside the scope, also vague and ambiguous as to which tracks and which physical components of the project and their location.
I think we need more. Well, can you connect us to, are we responding to the same rebuttal testimony that we were previously looking at? Let's start there.
Yes, that's my intention.
Okay. Will you run the question by me again, please?
Of course. So given the variations in percentages of minority and low-income populations, both across census tracts and across block groups within a single census tract, and given what we have here on lines 35 to 37, that communities are most likely to experience direct adverse effects in the census tracts and block groups where the physical components of the project would be located. Isn't it possible that some project alternatives would have a greater environmental justice impact than others?
Relevance lacks foundation. The testimony provided was related to Contra Costa and Alameda County in terms of the differences. And this testimony is specifically asking a question or responding to the intake facilities, which are not located in either of those counties.
And I think, let me try, Mr. Sandler-Barbier, I think we've exhausted this. I mean, I think you've well made your point. I don't know where this line of questioning is going, whether you're planning to get very specific on this, or which you can, I'm inviting you to tell me if you had some other point that you think you need to make here in terms of the two analyses.
I think we can move on.
Okay, thank you.
I'm prepared to move on. Ms. Wolf, do you recall testifying that the study area, quote, comprised all the census tracts and block groups intersected by the project footprint?
Yes.
And according to chapter 29, quote, the project footprint is the area in which temporary or permanent physical effects of the project may occur, right?
Could you point me to where, I don't remember exactly every word that's in chapter 29. Can you point me to where that statement is?
Of course, nor do I. Ms. Mullen, maybe we could go to page 5, please. And I think lines 35 through 36. Yeah, so it's the sentence that starts with the project footprint.
Yes, that's what we said.
Got it. So, in other words, the study area is a function of the project footprint, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that during the scoping stage for the DCP, DWR did not consider any placements for the project that would have been entirely outside Chapter 29's study area?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony. No foundation that she participated in the scoping stage.
Mr. Sandler-Barbier, can you point us to where we are in response to in the rebuttal testimony?
Sure. Well, I'm again looking to those lines
The same.
15 through 17, the same ones about moving right the impacts of moving project facilities, or the potential impacts of moving project facilities.
Again, focused on the intake facilities then, because that's all it says.
We can focus on the intake facilities.
So your question is whether during the scoping phase, whether the project proponents considered locations that were entirely outside of the study area reflected in the EIR?
Yes, that's my question.
And I think we do need a foundation that Ms. Wolf participated in the scoping phase.
Absolutely. Ms. Wolf, did you participate in the scoping phase for the DCP?
No,
Do you have any knowledge of the scope of what happened during the scoping phase?
only in the most general sense that there were meetings and presentations, but for the most part, my role began after the scoping and closer to starting the EIR.
So I guess just to your knowledge, maybe taking a step back, did DWR conduct any disparate impact analyses to inform the location of project facilities?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to time and specific project facilities. Are we again only talking about the intakes?
I think that's fair.
Yes.
Will you please clarify?
And I apologize. Indeed, yes, the intake facilities, and at any time, to your knowledge.
Okay, could you say that question
Yes.
again? I'm sorry, I keep getting dropouts.
No problem at all. To your knowledge,
On the end.
can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Great. To your knowledge, did DWR at any time conduct any disparate impact analyses to inform the location of intake facilities?
I cannot answer that question. I don't know.
So no, you're not familiar with any.
All I know is what was in environmental project reports and the various documents that informed the environmental analysis, the overall environmental analysis.
And within the universe of what you're aware of, again, just what you're aware of, you're not aware of any disparate impact analyses conducted by DWR to inform intake placement.
I am not aware of DWR conducting disparate analyses.
Ms. Wolf, Chapter 29 found certain significant and unavoidable impacts with potential disproportionate effect on environmental justice communities, right?
For several resources, I believe that's right.
Were any project alternatives developed specifically to avoid disproportionate effects on environmental justice communities?
Objection, relevance outside the scope of the testimony.
Let me, I think, I mean, you can explore this, maybe, but I think Ms. Wolf has testified that she wasn't involved in the scoping phase, so I'm not sure if it's worth exploring here, this particular line.
In that case, I can focus on I'll focus on mitigation measures then, and I'll ask the same question regards to mitigation, were any mitigation measures
Well,
developed?
let me, in anticipation of Ms. Carroll's
Yes.
objection, can you connect us on mitigation? How does that connect to the rebuttal testimony? Because the lines you're pointing to here have to do with facility locations rather than mitigation.
Well, the testimony broadly is defending the chapter 29's findings that there are disparate impacts to environmental justice, and I guess and part of that is these lines that we've been looking about moving the intake facilities. But I guess, you know, if there were mitigation measures developed specifically to reduce impacts on environmental justice, that would potentially contradict the claim that, you know, moving the facilities wouldn't reduce the impacts.
And I'm going to find this line to be outside of the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
All right, I will move on. Let's see. Ms. Mullen, if we could just quickly move back to DWR 1300R, please. And I'm looking at paragraph 4 now. Ms. Wolf, do you recall testifying on the subject of procedural justice that, quote, there is no one fixed standard approach to environmental justice outreach or analysis?
Yes, I see that in my testimony.
Ms. Wolf, is it your position that there are no best practices for an agency's engagement with communities?
No, that's not at all what I meant. There are best practices, but there's different ways to approach the analysis.
And what would some of those best practices be?
I can't recite them. And in any case, this is beyond the scope of what I was asked to address in this testimony.
Well, I guess I'll just return to the statement that we were looking at about no one fixed standard approach to environmental justice outreach or analysis. I see that there are no sources cited for that statement. Is that right?
No, that was a random statement by one of our senior staff.
Which senior staff?
One of ICF's senior staff who's more senior, way more senior than I am. I don't know, is that appropriate to name names?
Your attorneys are not objecting, so it would be appropriate to respond to the question.
I'm blanking on his name. I can hear his voice. Oh yeah, Rich Walter.
May I ask if you looked at anything just now to refresh your memory of who made that statement?
I had to pull up an email window and start his name.
Got it. Can you you said that this was a statement from Mr. Walter, if I got that right. Can you give me more context on when you heard this statement, if you recall?
We had some internal discussions at ICF about how to address this testimony.
And do you do you agree? I mean, do you agree with the statement that there is no fixed standard approach to environmental justice outreach or analysis?
Yes, because there's different ways of conducting outreach. And as we've discussed, there are different approaches to the analysis.
Um, did you work on this testimony with other folks at ICF besides Mr. White?
Objection,
Yes.
misstates testimony. There is no Mr. White.
Sorry. Can you remind me the name? Ms.
Mr.
Wolf, can you remind
Walter.
me the name? Walter, I apologize. Did you work on this testimony with others besides Mr. Walter?
Yes, with other senior staff.
And could you tell me who, if to the degree that you recall?
One of our senior environmental justice staff, Shilpa Trissel, and our project director, Roy Gregg.
And did you indicate in your written testimony that you had worked on this with them?
Objection, relevance.
I think it's just a clarifying question. Your question was whether whether Ms. Wolf had indicated in her written testimony?
That's correct.
As a matter of clarification, Ms. Wolf, please.
No, because we ended up where I wrote it, we discussed it. There didn't seem to be any reason to cite to them.
So this testimony is not your individual expert testimony, is it?
Objection, misstates testimony.
I think that's fair. I'm trying to think of how to rephrase that. Is your question, Mr. Saint-Luberbier, whether she developed it in isolation or whether it is her personal opinion?
Well, I'll start with the first one. Did you did not develop this testimony in isolation, Ms. Wolf, then?
No, I'm a consultant and we consult with each other.
But it is your individual expert opinion, right?
Yes, it's my opinion, informed by discussions with others.
And it's based on your own expertise, right?
Yes.
Ms. Wolf, are you familiar with the academic literature on procedural justice?
And let me just, I apologize to interrupt. Mr. Saint-Luberbier, can you give us an estimate? I'm wondering when we should take a lunch break, so.
Oh, yes,
How much more
sorry.
do you have?
I would say 15 minutes. No
All
more.
right, I think it would be a good time to take a lunch break. And we will come back and pick this up because sometimes things take longer than anticipated. So let's go ahead. We'll do a relatively short 45 minutes. Let's go ahead and break and return at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And we left off before lunch with Mr. Saint-Lubert-Billet, who had questions, continuing questions for Ms. Wolf, and I see we have Ms. Carroll. So with that, I think I will, Ms. Wolf was here. There she is. Thank you. And with that, I will hand things back over to you, Mr. Saint-Lubert-Billet.
Great, thank you very much, Officer Kinsey. All right, I just have a few more questions now for you, Ms. Wolf. Ms. Wolf, are you familiar with the academic literature on procedural justice?
My testimony did not address procedural justice.
Could we pull up, maybe just so we have it in front of us, Ms. Mullen, the testimony, and let me find where we were. I think we were looking at paragraph 4 of DWR 1300R. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So I guess, Ms. Wolf, I'm really just looking into this sentence about no one fixed standard approach to environmental justice outreach or analysis, and just trying to get a sense of the context for that. You know, I'll repeat my question, and I would be interested to know, are you familiar with the academic literature on procedural justice?
I have nothing more to say on that topic.
Ms. Wolf, are you familiar with literature on procedural justice? It's a fair question with to provide context to your statement here. The answer can be no.
No, I'm familiar with the concept, but not extensively with the literature.
And you haven't published any scholarship on procedural justice, have you?
I'm sorry, I switched audio from my headset to the computer, but I can't hear. So I'm going to switch back. I'm sorry.
Please take your time. And let us know if you'd like a test. And Ms. Wolf, when you're ready, you are on mute right now.
Yes, I just didn't want you to need to hear me talking to myself while I...
All right, can you hear us? Are you ready for us to proceed?
Yes, that's better.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Ms. Wolf, have you published any scholarship on procedural justice?
No, I have not.
With regards to your earlier testimony, oral testimony, that there are best practices for an agency's engagement with communities, I guess, what specific source would you point to for those best practices?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I'm sorry, will you repeat the question for me?
Sure. Well, so with regards to Ms. Wolf's earlier oral testimony during my cross about there being best practices for an agency's engagement with communities, I'm just wondering what specific source Ms. Wolf would point to for those best practices.
And can you remind me of the context of what that this was with respect to this paragraph?
Yes, we were looking at this paragraph.
I think, all right, I'll allow the question. Please, Ms. Wolf.
Well, for instance, the federal guidance documents that I told you about earlier.
The same federal guidance documents, the same ones that we were referring to earlier about, yes, sorry, that was very unclear. These are the same federal documents that you referred to earlier, right?
Those are examples.
Got
yes.
it.
I'm sure
Thank you.
there are others.
So I guess maybe this would be best directed to Ms. Carroll, but given that the witness has testified that those federal guidance documents are no longer available online, could we have those sent to us, please? The guidance documents that the witness relied on for her that she was referring to earlier.
Mr. Stanley Barbier, I'd just like to correct that she relied upon those in talking about Chapter 29, and those were relied upon in developing the EIR and were originally included in the administrative record. I think those are outside of the scope of this rebuttal testimony.
So they are in the administrative record. Okay.
I believe that's what Ms. Wolf testified to.
Yes,
well,
they are.
I guess I would say that they strike me as being within the scope because the witness specifically pointed to them.
Wait, what are we talking about? So it sounds like they are in allegedly, but Ms. Wolf, do you happen to know I don't know that you would, but do you happen to know exhibit numbers or anything of that nature with respect to those documents?
No, I don't know any exhibit numbers. I know they're in the administrative record because they were cited in Chapter 29 and submitted for the administrative record. But I don't know.
And by administrative record, do you mean the administrative record for the EIR?
For the EIR.
I see. Thank you. And Mr. Stanley-Barbier, I think it's back to you. This may be a separate Public Records Act request for Ms. Carroll, I'm not sure, but it sounds like we're not referring to the administrative record necessarily for this proceeding, but the CEQA proceeding.
Right. Yeah. So I think since they're not introduced in the record in this proceeding, we would request for them to be produced. But
as a PRA request, we could do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. And Ms. Wolf, were you involved in the design of the outreach for the DCP?
No.
Okay. Now, again, looking at paragraph 4, you recall testifying that Dr. Finn's opinion states, quote, DCP project planning fell short of established standards of procedural justice, unquote.
I saw that in his written testimony.
And your rebuttal testimony does not dispute Dr. Finn's findings on procedural justice, right?
Objection, misstates testimony.
I think that's fair.
Well,
may want to phrase that a different way.
Sure. I guess, is there anything in your testimony that would contradict Dr. Finn's findings?
No, there's nothing that would contradict it because I don't discuss them at all.
Got it. Thank you.
With regard to procedural justice.
Got it. That makes sense. And let's see. I just have a couple more questions here. I think we'll be done in a minute or two. All right. Ms. Wolf, when you say there is no one fixed standard approach to environmental justice outreach or analysis, that is consistent with the DCP EIR in that Chapter 29 does not articulate a particular standard against which to judge the adequacy of the outreach activities DWR conducted for the DCP, right?
I don't know what you mean by adequacy.
Fair enough. Quality, maybe? Does that help?
It's not the role of the environmental justice chapter to judge one way or the other. We reported the process and the findings of the outreach that took place.
Ms. Wolf, would you agree as a general matter that procedural justice requires community inputs be not just collected, but actually considered to inform the decision-making process?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I think that's fair. That's beyond. Thank you.
I will move on. Let's see. And then my last question. That was my last question, actually. Thank you, Ms. Wolf.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saint-Lubert, BA. I appreciate it. And I believe next we have Ms. Mazur. I understand you have questions for someone on this panel. It may not be Ms. Wolf. And I may have caught Ms. Mazur by surprise because we went very quickly after lunch. Welcome. I'm sorry to catch you by surprise. That wrapped up more quickly than anyone anticipated.
I'm right here, just have to get to in front of the camera.
And when you're ready, I understand you have questions for some of the witnesses on this panel.
Yes, and it's not Ms. Wolf, thank you though.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf.
I do have questions for Ms. Buchholz and then Mr. Murdoch. So I think I'll go ahead and start with.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I'll start with Ms. Buchholz if that's okay.
There we are. Please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Buchholz.
Good afternoon.
And I'll be asking questions for the counties that I represent in this proceeding. And in particular, I know your testimony was responding to San Joaquin County Public Works. So that's at least the first part of the questions. Let's see. So I guess Ms. Mullen is here today. Let's go ahead and if we could please put up the Ms. Buchholz's testimony, which is DWR 37, page 5, where we're discussing the truck traffic. And lines 13 through 19. And this is the discussion, Ms. Buchholz, of the traffic routes and the monitoring of compliance on the part of the construction truck operators. And I was listening to your direct testimony this morning. You said that this activity described, I believe in lines 16 through 19, would occur during the initial part of construction. So my question is, if this project has a estimated construction period of 13 years, what did you mean by initial part?
That was basically based on my own personal experience. If we start off during the initial part of the construction and the contractor, especially if he gets fined, they usually are consistently then compliant with the plans and specs for maintaining using only the access roads. However, we'll be continuing to monitor it throughout the construction period. And if we also get any other complaints from the community, but we will continue to monitor it. But in the beginning, usually in the first couple months, we've always usually used really a full-fledged effort with multiple cars out there. It'd be almost like having the police departments in an over holiday kind of period. So, but once they realize they're going to get fined, it usually finishes up. But no, we will continue to monitor it throughout the entire construction. And it'll be part of, as I said, of the bidding plans and specifications. So they will understand that this is part of the project requirements.
And so, let's see. And can you describe the projects where this approach of using the unmarked cars was used in the past? You mentioned on previous projects there.
I've used it on all my projects probably since 1980s. And in Costa County, one of those was, we had an interesting part because I was the permit engineer for the original phase 1 Los Vaqueros Reservoir and Middle River or Old River pipelines and all. So that was one of the places I've used it. I've used it down in San Diego, used it in Phoenix, used it when we were doing work with at that time Sacramento County Regional Sewer District, doing some of the interceptors, and it's just a standard way of working on this. Adam Murdock also mentioned it in his previous testimony that he had used it quite frequently too.
And are there any currently enforceable mitigation measures for the tunnel project that we're discussing today that would require the approach that you're suggesting in your testimony would be used to control vehicle routes?
The vehicle routes are mentioned in mitigation measure trans-1. However, the methodology that I proposed in the testimony and in the PowerPoints are not described in the EIR.
So you're simply describing that if you were in charge of it, this is how you would do it, but it's not within an actual mitigation measure adopted as part of the EIR, correct?
At this time, it's not in a mitigation measure, no.
And
However, the compliance is in the mitigation measures. So this is really a methodology of saying, how is it going to be compliant with? So the mitigation measure is to not use any alternative access routes. So that is a definite specific. How do you enforce that is a methodology that's not state that, but they would not be compliant if with the mitigation measure of trans-1 if they used other access routes or the project description in chapter 3.
And then if we could go to page 2 of the testimony, please, Ms. Mullen. And let's see, you're citing to DWR 24 in this portion. Let's see. Oh, on line 14. This is a concept engineering report, right, that you're citing to?
Yes.
And does this document show the road segments and improvements that are planned by DWR?
This document, which is also in the EIR, it's in both the CER and the EIR, and it does show the majority of it shows the major access routes and the major road modifications, but it does not show all of them. And that's why we presented it today in the testimony and in the PowerPoint, DWR 00039. What was missing in this table, but it's in the EIR and it's in the CER or the EPRs, is that the did not include the roads that were going to be modified initially with repaving, but it just says include all the major roads. Yes.
Does either the EIR, which I believe was the citation you had updated on page 6 of your testimony in paragraph 14, or this CER at DWR 24 include the actual road segments?
Yes, this one doesn't. The actual road segments are outlined in DWR 0020 and DWR DWR 00020 and DWR 00040.
And are those cited in your testimony?
Yes, they're in the
Later on.
testimony,
Okay,
yes.
later on the next page, page 3.
Mhm.
Okay. And let's see. And between preparation of a concept engineering report and final engineering plans, is it possible that designated routes would be changed based on information developed in that final planning period?
Between the conceptual engineering report that is being used, that would be used to go into the design phase, first conceptual design, and then all the way through the design phase. It is possible that they might be changed, but if they, and then that any changes in the project description, including the access roads, would then have to be reviewed and analyzed by DWR to determine the consistency with the current CEQA documents or any need for future CEQA documents.
So at that time, the issue of the road segments to be improved for purposes of construction access may need to be revisited if they were different than shown in the CER provisions that we've been discussing.
That may be, I would be speculative on my part right now to understand, because I'm not anticipating those changes right now.
Let's see, if we could go please, Ms. Mullen, to page 7, and lines 4 and 5 of your testimony. And you cite to the final EIR table 23B3 for the roads that DWR plans to repave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could we go to that document, please? I looked at that and I couldn't see what the segments were in that document.
They weren't analyzed, they weren't
Oh.
Defined as line items in that document.
Oh,
They're-
you're
they're-
saying that's in
they're-
the corrected testimony is where I need to look for that?
So in appendix, see, where are we at on the on which line are you speaking to? Let's start with that.
I'm looking at the citation on line 4, and
Okay.
I looked at that citation and I couldn't see what segments were. So that's
Okay.
my question, but I'm wondering if maybe.
Right, those segments, what that is, on that reference, is the fact that Appendix 23B is part of the air quality and greenhouse gas emissions analysis in the EIR. And as part of that, we have to identify all of the equipment use, square footage of pavement, etc. And so as part of each one of the features, like New Hope Track tunnel shaft, part of that was to improve the roadway prior to the construction, or was part of the early parts of the construction, early works of that project. So it would not be listed as improving the road X. Instead, it would be part of the equipment in the early works part of that. So it's part of there in the sense that we incorporated that effort into the air quality and greenhouse gas analysis, or we gave the information to the EIR, and the EIR incorporated that into that analysis. But you won't find a line item specifically for that. Where you need to look for the line items of which roads it would be is on DWR-00020, and it's a little later on that page. You keep going down, Ms. Mullen, please, to the bullets below line. There we go. Starting on line 13 on this page, and which I've copied over from DWR-00020 and DWR-00040, and that extends through page 9 of my testimony.
And so that's the reference for the segments
Yes.
that you're pointing
Yes,
to.
right.
Oh, okay.
I just thought it would be easier in the testimony to copy the bullet points over.
Okay. And are there additional segments that are planned to be improved besides the ones that you've listed here on page 3 and 4 of your testimony?
The only one that I noticed, no, I think they're all here because I checked them off with the graphic of DWR-0039, and which we had made from our original GIS files that we provided for the final EIR.
Okay. And then looking at page 7, line 8, just scrolling up a little bit. You also cite to the ITP condition of approval regarding avoiding eroded material from leaving the road, right?
I do cite to the ITP, yes.
Isn't it true that roads could be damaged in a manner that falls short of exposing the bare soil that would create the need for full repaving?
So the last sentence on the incidental take permit condition of approval 11.26, and I'm reading from that reference right now, is paved areas damaged by construction activities shall be repaved to avoid erosion due to pavement damage.
But wouldn't it be true that there could be damage that would fall short of creating erosion?
It would depend on the damage, and we would have to look at that. The pavement damage frequently leads to erosion of that pavement, and therefore down to bedding material or earth.
Would it be fair to say that the purpose of the ITP condition is focused on protecting water quality?
Yes, and aquatic resources, yes.
Okay, I have some questions about the tunnel muck storage. So that's on page 10 of your testimony, on lines 7 through 9. So you mentioned that the tunnel muck would be stored in line basins at first to identify the constituents of concern. Can you identify what kinds of contaminants or constituents the process might identify?
As we put in the engineering project report, we're not aware of any specific constituent of concern at this time. However, at this point, we looked at that in the engineering project report. We certainly would be running a range of laboratory tests for metals. We may be ranging for organic materials, especially things in the as we were constructing the upper layers of the shaft pads, we'd be looking for things that might have come in from application of fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides type thing. And so it'll be a wide range of metals, organic materials, and also and other. We won't really know until we start running the laboratory analysis. Even as we go forward with, I think, more geotechnical analysis, we may be able to see more potential, see if there is a potential for contaminants. But right now, I would say it, as we said in our technical memorandum, it'd be a wide range of constituents that we'd be doing laboratory tests for.
Would the soil conditioner used by the tunnel boring machine be also a potential source of contamination that the testing would look at or consider?
Objection outside scope of witness's testimony.
Can you connect that for me, Ms. Meserve?
She says that she is going to identify, or that they would test it to identify constituents of concern. So I'm just trying to understand what those are.
Understood. And will you please repeat the question for me?
Yeah, I was just asking whether the, I believe it's called soil conditioners that are used during the tunneling process, in order for the cutting face of the tunnel to cut through the earth, that whether that would be something that would be, those materials may be tested for in terms of constituents of concern.
Please, Ms. Buchholz.
As we put together the range of constituents that we'd be testing for, certainly looking at as we have the materials that comprise their surfactants, we would be certainly looking and seeing if they have any chemical changes with the RTM. But that's why we have that 1 to 2 week testing period to test for all those different potentials.
And then on page 10, which I think are okay, lines 9 through 14. You mentioned that the stockpiles would be 15 to 20 feet high, depending on location. So with respect to the possibility that they would be 20 feet high, are you aware of whether DWR has prepared any visual renderings of what 20-foot high permanent stockpiles may look like?
So I forget the number of the chapter, this is outside of my testimony, so I just want to say that up front. But I am aware that in the final EIR, in the aesthetics chapter, there were renderings in the appendices for Twin Cities, at least. I don't remember if Lower Roberts had them or not.
Isn't it true that those were for 15-foot?
Twin Cities complex would not be any higher than 15 feet.
And were there any renderings for the Lower Roberts complex?
I don't remember. This is not I don't remember those specifically. That doesn't mean there aren't any.
I guess I'm just wondering why here you say it goes to 20 feet. Where would it go to 20 feet?
The stockpiles at Lower Roberts could be up to 20. No, they may be only 15 feet too. This may literally be a mistake on my part, because I know Twin Cities are not over 15 right now. And I believe Lower Roberts may be, I just can't remember if they're at 15. No, they might be lower because of the marina on the other side.
So
I would have to pull up the chapter, and it's not part of my testimony today. And it wasn't a chapter I wrote.
Okay, so you're not sure if this is correct, that it's 15 to 20 feet high?
I know it's at least 15 feet, yes. But without pulling up another parts of the EIR, I don't have that, and that's at my fingertips.
Okay. Isn't it true that a 20-foot stockpile would create a different impact in terms of permeability, for instance, than a 15-foot high stockpile?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to location.
Well, let's keep with Lower Roberts.
So if what we're seeing is the way we're looking at this is that we believe that the stockpile, the RTM stockpile material would continue to allow for rainfall to flow through the stockpiles, and we don't think that it would be causing a major, it's not a major impermeability process, this or barrier at this time. And
And
that's
what do you-
based upon minimum, preliminary geotechnical information.
And what do you mean by major?
Well, if we think that the water would continue to flow through the stockpiles into the groundwater and would continue to recharge the groundwater. And if the water didn't, on the long-term operations, if it didn't flow through the stockpiles, it would also flow off the stockpiles and go into on the surrounding ground and flow into the groundwater through recharge.
Ms. Mullen, on this issue of permeability, I wanted to look at there was a technical memorandum that the DCA prepared on the tunnel muck material. I have it marked as CCC3. Was previously offered as an exhibit. Could take a look at that, please. Are you familiar with this technical memorandum? Maybe blow it up a little bit. CER Appendix C6. Yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay, I was just making sure you had seen it before.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could go to the top of page 15 of this document, please. And do you see here where it says that the side slopes are not accounted for at Bolden and Twin Cities?
Did you, no, I
For
don't.
simplicity, the very first line.
I'm sorry. Could you excuse me, McMillan, but could you go back to the bottom of the previous page so I understand what this paragraph is discussing, please?
So this is discussing, I believe, how the material would be placed into the piles. That's the reason I was looking at it and bringing it to your attention now.
No, I'm just I'm reading it and trying to remind myself of these paragraphs and how they're going forward. It's been a while since I read this technical memorandum. Okay, I'm remembering this. What was the question?
So is it your understanding that the material would be loose, unconsolidated material? Given that it would be placed at the angle of repose, as mentioned at the bottom of page 14?
So the material is going to be placed in 18-inch lifts. And then as they would continue to be placed across it would continue to meet 18-inch lifts. And by the time they got back to the beginning of the area, then those 18-inch lift, that first 18-inch lift have been placed there for 1 to 2 weeks to basically dry out and allow for the next amount to be put on. But it's not foreseen, I believe, to be fully compacted like you would if you were building a building foundation. And I might ask, if you don't mind, to have Adam Murdoch add to that process, if that's okay, because he can add more information to this than I can.
Yeah, and that was my next question, which is fine if either of you would like to answer, but it's just, isn't the placement in lifts, doesn't that involve compaction of the soil?
So if I'll just, okay, thank you. I guess I'll just try to provide some clarification here. So when we're drying the material out, we're drying it out in an 18-inch lift. You wouldn't want to compact that material to try to get it to dry out. After the material is dried out and then we place it in the permanent RTM stockpile area, it might have some light compaction, but like Gwen said, we would not compact it as a structural fill. It would be placed and maybe a bulldozer would roll over it, or in the placing of it, you would have equipment roll over it, but it would not be heavily compacted.
And wouldn't compaction be necessary in order to make sure that the slopes would stay stable for permanent storage?
I guess that would depend on the slope at which you were placing the material.
Well, and that's a question I had that's kind of at the top of page 15 here of this technical memorandum. It says side slopes are not accounted for in the calculations. Are you aware of other information about what the side slopes are assumed to be on these in these tunnel muck storage areas that are permanent?
At this point in time, I'm not. However, I guess as I read this, as you pulled it up, you'll see that there's the 5% allowance that's in there. And if you recall, the RTM material is permanently stockpiled in an area of 214 acres. And so when you think of a stockpile that's 15 feet high over 214 acres of land, the side slopes are rather insignificant when you consider that.
It sounds like there hasn't been an actual calculation of how, like, what the rise and run of the side slopes would.
I'm not saying there hasn't been a calculation. I'm sure that there probably has, but I don't have that information with me here today. I would, as we stockpile material, we often consider stable slopes somewhere between a 3 horizontal to 1 vertical. Sometimes with granular material, 2 horizontal to 1 vertical. Those are not uncommon side slopes to use.
And you're not aware of that specific calculation being taken into account with the size and height of the tunnel muck piles that we're discussing at Lower Roberts and Twin Cities Road?
I would have to look into the details of that, but I would think that information would be somewhere.
Okay, well, I looked for it, and I guess at this point you can't tell me where that is today, though. I mean,
did you look at the drawings?
What drawings do you mean?
The drawings included with the engineering project report.
You mean in the map books?
No, there's a set of drawings that accompany both this concept engineering report and the engineering project report. I guess if you go to the table of contents on this report, I would think the drawings would be called out as volume 2. Oh, sorry, you're not in the report. You're in the appendix here. But
yeah, I can take a look and see, and maybe when we have a break.
Yeah, that's probably the first place I'd look.
Okay. And then just to be clear on the compaction, Mr. Murdoch, or Ms. Buchholz, you could not give me a percentage compaction that you're expecting for this material.
I would say that that has not been specified yet. However, I will say that just placing material with very minimal compaction often results in like an 80 to 85% level of compaction.
And we could take down this exhibit, I think, Ms. Mullen, thank you. And Ms. Buchholz, on page 10, lines 13 and 14, you say that it's your opinion that the water could permeate through the tunnel muck material. And my question is, how do you know that it would permeate the same amount as prior to the placement of the tunnel muck on the pasture land as before if you don't know what the compaction is of the material?
We base that on the fact that we felt that the water, because of the granular material that's anticipated through most of the RTM, that materials based on preliminary geotechnical results, that the water would move through the RTM pile down to the native soil elevation, and then it would continue down as it does prior to construction.
And have you done any quantitative analysis that compares the permeability of this expected muck material with pasture land, which is the current surface of the Twin Cities area, for instance?
So first of all, we have not done any permeability testing on we don't have the RTM material at this point in time to do that. It is in part of field investigation to understand better the ability of the RTM stockpiles to hold water for future vegetation. But the key is that we're not talking about it. You're basically putting a stockpile on top of the native ground. The water has to go through. Any rainwater that falls on top of the stockpile would have to migrate through the stockpile down to the native ground. If we're not affecting the native ground, then the water coming through the stockpile would then reach the native ground and then continue to migrate into the ground surface below the stockpiles the same way that it currently does if the rain falls directly on the ground.
And do you have any expertise with respect to recharge rates over various materials such as pasture land or tunnel muck?
So the groundwater recharge rate would be dependent upon the geotechnical conditions of the soil, whether it's the RTM in the stockpiles or whether it's the soil underneath the vegetation that grows in the pasture land. Vegetation certainly has a certain, it changes the initial rate of water going into the ground, but we don't have the geotechnical information on the pasture land either at Twin Cities or Lower Roberts at this time, or we have very preliminary geotechnical information along the tunnel alignment that we could use for RTM. So, but it's just based upon our current analysis of that.
Typically, when pasture land is a type of cover crop that does increase permeability, right?
It can. The root structure can break up the surface of the native soils. It can also reduce it too, depending on what kind of vegetation it is.
And DWR does have geotechnical borings for the Twin Cities site, doesn't it?
We have several, but not adequate enough. That's why we need more geotechnical investigations before moving fully into design.
Thank you, Ms. Buchholz. The other questions I have are for Mr. Murdoch. And I have written here, good morning, but I see that's not true.
Good afternoon.
Let's see. So I guess let me help these papers. Okay, so let's see. I think probably if we could, Ms. Mullen, put up Mr. Murdoch's testimony, which is DWR 35R. And on page 1, lines 22 to 23, you mentioned that Dr. Michael's testimony relying on Solano 15R produced by Oxford Global Projects. And this is one of the topics in your testimony, right? I guess I first wanted to go to Solano. So is it your understanding that Dr. Michael relied on Solano 15R to come to the conclusions in his testimony regarding the benefits and costs of the Delta Tunnel project?
My conclusion is Dr. Michael's testimony relied on Solano 15R to support, his benefit cost analysis that was, I believe, presented in Solano 14.
Ms. Mullen, could we please look at Solano 1, which is Dr. Michael's testimony, which I think Mr. Murdoch, you're familiar with. This is Dr. Michael's testimony here.
Yeah.
You reviewed in preparing your testimony, I believe, right?
Yep.
If we could go to page 11 of that, lines 17 to 24. So he's describing here the benefit cost analysis that he prepared. And he mentions a high cost scenario where he assumes a 70% cost increase. Do you see that on line 20?
Yes, I do.
And do you see what he cites in support of the large cost overruns just above that?
Yeah, so he cites the Solano 17, I assume is what you're looking at.
Right. So is that the 2025 report prepared by Oxford Global Projects?
So maybe if you'll just let me kind of walk you through the different ways that Michaels uses Solano 17 and Solano 15R to state that
I'd like you to answer my question first, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So in what you're looking at here, Dr. Michaels cites Solano 17 by Flyberg, which provides cost escalation estimates. And he says because of the cost escalation expected on the Delta project, that he's going to increase the cost of the Delta Conveyance project by 70%. And then go into his analysis with a 70% increase in 2023 dollars based on an escalated cost that he uses the basis of Solano 17.
And that was for his high cost scenario, right?
Yes, it was.
Right. That was not the main scenario. It was a high cost scenario.
Correct.
Okay. And so the 70% came from Flyber 2004, not the Oxford Global Projects report prepared more recently. Is that right?
Correct.
Let's see now. If we could please go back to Mr. Murdoch's testimony, which is GWR 35R on page 3. And it's lines 14 through 15. So at this location, you state that the tunnel cost uncertainty is from -55 to 80%. Does this range encompass the potential for a 70% cost overrun identified by Dr. Michael in Solano 1 that we were just discussing?
So these lines here talk about the accuracy of the estimate. So that says here the accuracy range of -55 to +80%. And so if you remember in my presentation, I talked about the difference between accuracy and cost escalation. And so the 70% you're referring to, Dr. Michaels cites the Solano 18 document, and that 70% is based on cost escalation as opposed to the accuracy range.
That's Solano 17, right?
I'm sorry, will you state that again?
Oh, I think you intended to say, if I'm not mistaken, Solano 17, which is that Flyber report.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay, yep. So you're drawing a distinction between the difference between a range of accuracy and the potential for escalation. Is that correct?
Which there is a difference between those. Those are two different items.
And then if we could please go to the DCA cost estimate, which is marked as Solano 18. This may also be a DWR exhibit. I'm not.
It is DWR 00012, I believe.
Okay. Well. If we could please go to page 7 of this document. Which toward the bottom of this page, I believe it discusses what the class of estimate this document provided. It may be the actual page 7, Ms. Mullen, I think. Oh, yes. Do you see that, Mr. Murdoch? So what class of estimate did the DCA provide in its cost estimate?
This is considered a class 4 estimate.
Doesn't it also say, that it's also in some areas it's considered class 5?
Some components are considered class 5, while others are considered class 4. The overall estimate would be considered a class 4 estimate.
Okay. Is that because most of the components were class 4, or why do you think it's class 4, not class 5?
Yes, because most of the components are considered class 4. There are some elements that would still be part of a class 5.
Do you know which ones those are?
I believe we outlined them in this document.
Oh, okay. I can look at that later then. Okay. If we look at the following page, Ms. Mullen, figure 3-1, this is showing the high and low bound of estimating accuracy again. And thinking about the potential for cost overruns on the DCA cost estimate, aren't there a lot of factors that would make cost overruns possible in this project, Mr. Murdoch?
Objection, we're straying far beyond the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Can you ground us somewhere, Ms. Mazur?
Right. Well, I think he reports the accuracy range is -55 to +80, so
Yes, I see it on page 3.
yeah. So I guess I was just trying to explore what kinds of factors, maybe would be variable given the relatively low level of, I don't mean to characterize that it's a class 4 design.
So
So-
what factors make it a class 4 design?
Well, no, like because of the level of design being at class 4 or some components at class 5 as identified in this report, wouldn't that make it likely that possible that certain components wouldn't have just like shown on this diagram, that certain components would not have a very exact estimate, like for instance, the cost of tunnel boring machines, for instance.
I understand. So you're relating it to accuracy, which is in this paragraph.
Right, Hearing Officer Kinsey. However, the paragraph is really referring to the difference between accuracy and cost overrun.
Does it? It doesn't say anything about cost overrun. Did I miss it?
I mean, he's discussing the different components, so I just wanted to ask about different components that might have a very broad range of cost at this stage of design. So
Understood. I'm going to allow the question, which probably we need again. I think it was fairly straightforward, but if you would please again.
So I asked an open-ended question, but it would be more helpful to give an example, like for instance, the cost of the tunnel boring machine at this stage of design. Isn't that something that there would be many factors that make overruns possible for this project?
And are you trying to compare it to this accuracy graph here? I guess I'm kind of confused as to.
Well,
I mean, maybe what I'll say is that, like with the class 4 estimate, you can see that this graph shows what we're saying would be the accuracy of the estimate. So the black line there represents if you wanted to just say the black line represents the $20.1 billion total project cost estimate. And this graph says, well, the accuracy of that estimate is +80 and -55%. So I guess I don't understand what you're asking, if you wouldn't mind asking it again.
well, with something like a tunnel boring machine and the in recent news, the imposition of tariffs, for instance, wouldn't that be more likely to have a higher cost than was estimated in 2024, for instance?
You're saying would the tunnel boring machine have a higher cost today than it was in the 2023 estimate?
Objection calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer, Mr. Murdoch.
I guess until we do another cost estimate, I would not like to speculate what today's cost would be.
Are you aware of whether the cost of steel has gone up since 2024?
Same objection, outside the scope.
Where are we going, Ms. Irv? I mean,
I'm trying to get at what the accuracy, where we are in the understanding of the cost of the project, because the cost of the project is directly related to the public interest considerations in this hearing.
right. So I'm trying to understand, are you getting at what the degree of accuracy of a class 4 estimate and what factors make this a class 4 estimate?
Well, basically, what factors make it more likely that the cost is going to come out above that black line than below as we progress toward the right side of the diagram?
And then your question was whether Mr. Murdoch was aware whether the price of steel had gone up since 2024?
Yes.
Right. Mr. Murdoch, if you have knowledge.
I mean, I think the examples OSHA is giving are examples of cost escalation. And so I can't quite tell if you're asking me questions related to cost escalation as opposed to the accuracy that we're seeing here.
Well, aren't escalation and accuracy interrelated?
No, they're not.
So it's your testimony that cost escalation and accuracy are completely independent.
So we reported the estimate, if you remember, in undiscounted $2023. That's a point in time. So the $20.1 billion is based on a point in time in 2023 dollars. What I think you're getting at here is that the estimate did not, and we stated this, the estimate does not include cost escalation. And so if you're asking, will the project experience cost escalation? Over time, the project would experience cost escalation.
And then in addition to that, there's the issue of the accuracy of the estimate, which at least in the report we're looking at is reported as having this range shown on figure 3-1, right?
Yeah, this represents the accuracy of the class 4 estimate. And as we progress the design, as I explained, you can see that the accuracy tightens as you start to approach 100% design.
Okay. And even at 100% design, you could still experience cost escalation under the explanation that you're providing, right?
So I was explaining accuracy, not cost escalation.
Okay.
So this graph is not related to cost escalation.
Let's see. So if we could please go back to Mr. Murdoch's testimony on page 3. So that's GWR 35R and paragraphs 8 and 9. You seem to be concerned that Dr. Michael has mischaracterized the DCA's cost estimate here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so let's go, if we could, to Solano 114, which is the which is the benefit cost analysis that was prepared by Sending. Because that's the report that was prepared based on the cost estimate prepared by DCA and the $20.1 billion, right?
Ms. Meserve, just to clarify the record, and Ms. Mullen is on it, it's just Solano 14, not 114.
Oh, thank you.
And this was prepared by Dr. Michaels. Is that what you're asking? If you scroll down a little bit, you could see his name.
Oh yeah, okay. I think I have it marked wrong in my notes here. DCA's cost estimate is Solano 18, is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Hang on one second, Ms. Mullen. I think that the one I'm looking for is DWR 114. That's Dr. Sunding's benefit cost analysis. Yes. Are you familiar with this document?
No, I did not participate in this or prepare this.
Wasn't the cost estimate prepared by DCA in part in order to provide the cost estimate for this report?
The cost estimate that we prepared for the total construction cost of the project, that information was provided to Dr. Sunding for this report.
Okay. Could we please go to page 43 of this report? This is the cost section of Dr. Sunding's report. Now, can you point to me anywhere in Dr. Sunding's report where he mentions any uncertainty regarding the cost estimate for the project?
Objection, lacks foundation. The witnesses testified that they are unfamiliar with this report.
What was your question, Ms. Meserve?
Is whether there's any indication in this benefit costs report, which the cost estimate prepared by DCA was prepared specifically to provide the input for this report, has any indication of an uncertainty regarding the cost estimate for the project that was used as an input?
That's a really long, that's a long question. Let's see. I think you have to, if you want to go in this direction, Mr. Murdoch, we would have to identify with Mr. Murdoch whether he intentionally prepared any portion of his estimate for purposes of this report, right? That would be step one.
I believe he already said he did.
And then, Mr. Murdoch, did you understand the question?
I did not, and I guess I'll just state again, I did not participate in the preparation of this report.
Well, aren't you point out in your testimony that you believe that the DCA cost estimate is clear about the fact that it's a class 4 or 5 estimate with an accuracy range of 45 to 80, minus 55 to plus 80%, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was that same information carried forward by Dr. Sunding when he did an analysis of the benefits and costs of the project based on the cost estimate prepared by DCA?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Well, Mr. Murdoch is criticizing the use of these figures by Dr. Michael and saying that DWR and DCA have been very clear in the cost estimates and in their materials regarding the costs and the uncertainties. And so I'm simply using DWR and DCA's own materials to test that assertion.
Objection. Still,
Please.
because he is unfamiliar with this report, the cost estimate, though, is in Solano 18, which Mr. Murdoch cites.
Well, let me do that. Mr. Murdoch, to the extent you are able to answer, please do. But if you can't, based on your lack of familiarity with the document, then state that, please.
Yeah, I cannot based on my lack of familiarity with the document.
In your opinion, if a cost estimate is being analyzed for benefits and costs, should a document disclose what the relative certainty around that cost is?
Objection outside the scope and calls for speculation.
I think that's fair, Ms. Meserve.
Well, Mr. Murdoch is criticizing, he says in paragraph 7, and throughout his testimony, he's in paragraph 10, it says it clearly indicates that the 20.1 estimate is considered a class 4 estimate. So, and this is a document of DWR and DCA's as well. So I just am exploring whether the other documents produced by the applicant say the same thing.
Whether it would be considered a class 4 estimate?
Whether they disclose any uncertainty regarding the cost estimate being relied upon to report the alleged benefits of the project.
Understood. However, it still lacks foundation and the witness has no familiarity with this document.
That's not true. He said he prepared the cost estimate to provide it to Dr. Sundig in part.
Objection misstates testimony.
Let's start, and I'm sorry to do it, but if we want to go down this, let's start again, because I think there's some confusion. I am confused now about the purposes for which Mr. Murdoch prepared his cost estimate and the extent to which he understood that it would be used for this purpose in the cost benefit analysis. So if you can move back to that part, Ms. Meserve, then maybe we can lay a foundation to get to where you're going.
Certainly. Mr. Murdoch, you assisted in the preparation of the cost estimate that was completed at least in 2024 for the Delta Tunnel, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was analysis of benefits and costs of the tunnel one of the purposes for which the cost estimate was prepared, to your knowledge?
The benefit and cost analysis was outside of the scope of our work. We prepared a total project cost estimate and represented it in undiscounted 2023 dollars. That information was available for Dr. Sunding to complete a benefit cost analysis. So our point of stopping our work was the development of the cost estimate in 2023 dollars.
And did you ever talk or meet with Dr. Sunding about his analysis?
I did not.
Did you review his analysis?
I did not.
Wasn't his analysis reported to the DCA at a meeting?
I have heard him talk about his analysis. I did not review it though.
hypothetically, if he had asked you about how to represent the $20.1 billion cost estimate, how would you have told him to represent it in his report?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I think that is fair, Ms. Meserve.
His testimony is all about how DWR has been very clear about what kind of cost estimate it presented, and I'm testing that with respect to the BCA. Which
I
was,
think this is the wrong, I don't know who the right witness is. It might have been Dr. Sunding, but it seems like the wrong witness for this document is what we're up against here.
okay. Could we go to your testimony, or sorry, DWR 37R, 35R, page 3, lines 8 and 9. This is what I'm pointing to, Hearing Officer Kinsey. It says it was prepared to allow for updated economic feasibility analysis to be prepared. So I guess I just don't understand why the economic feasibility analysis that was prepared as a result is not within the scope of Mr. Murdoch's testimony.
Because he didn't prepare it, right? That's I don't know how he can testify to what. So you were trying to ask Mr. Murdoch his opinion if he were to prepare an economic feasibility analysis, how he would characterize his cost estimate?
Well, I wanted to ask him just about the analysis that was prepared, but then when I wasn't allowed to ask him about that, then I started getting creative. But I'm just pointing out to you that it's right here on the page that it was prepared to allow for the feasibility analysis. So I think he said here in his own testimony that it was for that purpose.
I see that, yes.
Does that make you think any differently about upholding the objections?
Well, where are you? I guess I'm trying to figure out a question that Mr. Murdoch can actually answer. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I was just wanting him to look at the report and identify for me whether there was any indication that the estimate was very preliminary on the cost.
I don't think he is the right person to testify about the content of that report. So
okay,
move on from there.
Okay. Could we please? I put up an exhibit called Solano 23 is in our FTP folder. And this, Mr. Murdoch, is the DCP Economic Value Brochure from 2024. Were you aware that in addition to the updated economic feasibility itself, that there was also a brochure prepared that summarized the contents of Dr. Sundig's analysis?
Objection relevance.
Well, let's see where we're going, Ms. Carroll. Please, Mr. Murdoch.
I was not aware.
And you are a contractor of the Delta Conveyance Authority, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And you did help prepare the cost estimate, right?
I did, which is different than the benefit cost analysis.
But doesn't the project need to have more benefit than costs in order for the water agencies to likely make a decision to invest in it?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I sustained.
So it's your testimony that you've never seen this fact sheet, Mr. Murdoch?
Asked and answered.
Please, Mr. Murdoch, go ahead.
I do not recall seeing this document here.
Excuse me, Miss Hearing Officer Kinsey, would it be possible to move this exhibit over to the FTP, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
we'll ask the hearing team. I'm sure they heard. Please.
Could we scroll down, please, to just a little bit on this page?
And let's go ahead, actually, it's a little bit early, but I would like just a 5-minute break, and then that will give us time to get this document moved over. Thank you, Ms. Meservin. Sorry for the interruption. Let's go ahead, take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:31. All right, I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I see we have Ms. Carroll, and then let me make sure Ms. Meserve is here. Ms. Carroll, did you have something to say? Or
I did. Mr. Murdoch just needs another minute, but while we were waiting on him, I was going to ask if we could get estimates for Ms. Meserve, Mr. Brodsky, and Ms. Tabor. And then I had a procedural. I just learned that Mr. Volk will not be available until 11 a.m. on Thursday, and I anticipate that we will get there.
noted.
I mean,
Okay.
he's available for the rest of the
Today,
day.
but not until,
Apologies.
yeah.
But he won't be available on Thursday till 11.
Ms. Meserve, do you have an estimate on how much you have left?
I think I can get through it in about another half hour. And if there was a reason to, I could always let somebody else go. I believe so anyway, if we needed to get Mr. Volk going for some reason, but yeah.
Well, and let me look to, let's see, who do we have? And are the rest of your questions are for Mr. Murdoch, just to confirm, Ms. Meserve?
Yeah, and then it looks like Ms. Tabor has about an hour of cross.
And do you happen to know who that is primarily directed to?
They're going to text me, I believe. So let me.
You don't, thank you for speaking for others. I know it's a little awkward.
Because I don't know offhand.
Why don't we circle back to you? I'll take you
Okay.
off. Let me look to Mr. Krieger. Do you have a comment here?
More of a question, Hearing Officer Kinsey. It sounds like if Mr. Volk is not available until 11 on Thursday, that I can tell my witnesses that they will not be testifying until probably the afternoon. So just have them be ready.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I can commit to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then let's go ahead and elevate Mr. Brodsky and Mr. Flanders.
And I think we had to get Mr. Goshi in on Thursday, if I recall, right?
That is correct. He is not available on the 6th.
Thank you for that reminder.
And Ms. Tabor has Volk and Buchholz are the witnesses that they have questions for.
Thank you. And then I'll turn first to Mr. Brodsky. Do you have an estimate on your cross and then also who you will be primarily directing that to?
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
And good afternoon, yes.
So I'll be cross-examining Mr. Volk and Ms. Wolf, and I had originally estimated an hour and 15 minutes for each of them. As I've been watching today and further preparing my notes and so forth, I think that's kind of ambitious, and it may take a little longer than that. And I also think that perhaps some of the questions for Ms. Wolf, might fall to Ms. Buchholz, as they do sometimes.
Noted, yeah.
That's, of course, at the panelist's option, but.
Right. It may be what we want to do. Well, let me hear from Mr. Flanders. Good afternoon, Mr. Flanders.
Good afternoon,
Same
Hearing
question.
Officer.
You have an estimate, and then to whom are your questions primarily directed?
Thank you. I would estimate 5 minutes for Mr. Murdoch.
Great. So here is what I'm thinking with Mr. Volk unavailable Thursday morning, at least until 11 o'clock. It may make sense for you to finish, Ms. Meserve, because you're in the flow. But then that we should turn to Mr. Volk so that first Ms. Tabor would ask questions of Mr. Volk, and then Mr. Brodsky would ask questions of Mr. Volk, and we'd get through as much as we can, and then circle back. That may be the most efficient use of time. Well, we may not finish Mr. Volk, but that would get us through more, and then we would have Ms. Buchholz and Ms. Wolf on Thursday morning. I see Ms. Moskal has a hand, so if we can please elevate Ms. Moskal. Good afternoon, Ms. Moskal. You're welcome to make an appearance.
Good afternoon, Ellen Moskal for Sacramento County et al. I will be asking questions instead of Ms. Tabor. and we are available to go after Ms. Meserve.
And do you have any objection to, in some ways, splitting up your questions, starting with starting with Mr. Volk and then returning back to Ms. Buchholz Thursday morning?
Thursday morning? No, that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. I think let's plan for that. We'll see how far we get with Mr. Volk. Ms. Flanders, please.
Thank you, hearing officer. If I may
Do you want to
get my,
jump in?
my,
on
my
Mr.
5
Murdoch?
minutes of questioning before we go to the other witnesses, I'd appreciate it.
That probably is fair. Yes, let's do that.
And then should I be demoted again now until you're ready for me?
You don't need to be, I'm not going to demote you, but you're welcome to go off camera and on mute.
Okay.
And then we don't have to re-elevate you. Thank you, Mr. Brodsky.
Thank you.
Declined to demote someone. I lost my pen, which is, oh well, it's here somewhere. There it is. With that, I think it's back to you, Ms. Meserve, with your questions for Mr. Murdoch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're looking at the economic value brochure, which is marked as Solano 23, which was prepared pursuant to the to the cost estimate that DCA prepared. If we could just look at the lower right-hand screen of the first page there under cost estimate.
And I'd like to object. It states testimony. This isn't to the cost estimate. This is the cost benefit assessment.
But the section we're looking at says cost estimate. Is that what you meant, Ms. Meserve?
Yes.
Okay.
So just looking at that section under cost estimate, Mr. Murdoch, do you see anywhere in that paragraph where the degree of uncertainty about the cost estimate is disclosed in this public facing document prepared by the DCA?
Objection. This document was not prepared by DCA.
All right, let's scroll to the top. Who was it prepared? Prepared by?
Department of Water Resources. I apologize.
Mr. Murdoch, to you.
So
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask Ms. Mullet to scroll back down. Here we are.
Oh, same thing. Yep. Please scroll down. So you're asking me, does this paragraph here talk about uncertainty, cost uncertainty? Is that your question?
Yes.
I do not see anything that mentions cost uncertainty.
And the fact that the cost estimate of the $20.1 billion was based on a class 4 cost estimate, for instance, that's not mentioned, is it?
I don't see the words class 4 in this paragraph.
And isn't it true that the only thing mentioned here in this paragraph, at least, is that costs may go down, right?
I don't see where you're saying that it mentions costs will go down.
The last sentence of the paragraph.
So it says the DCA would evaluate potential design construction innovations to help manage costs for the program.
Yeah, and then we could also, I believe it's on the very last page of this.
I mean, just to be clear, that doesn't mean that they'll necessarily go down.
Could we please go to the last page of this? I believe there's a table or see, could we go to 7, please? Thanks. So maybe zoom out a little bit. I think it's on this lower part of the page. see there, Mr. Murdoch, where under on the third column of that section, it says total cost was secondary innovations estimate.
Yeah, you're referring to the table there. Can you zoom in just a little bit? It's kind of hard to read. That's what you're referring to, the total project cost with secondary innovations estimate.
Right. That's referring to the possibility of costs going down, right?
Objection, lacks foundation. Witnesses testified he's not familiar with this document.
Well, you're familiar with the what's called design innovations process at DCA and DWR, right?
Yeah, I am familiar with this secondary estimate, and this information was included in Solano 18. That's where these numbers would have come from. I did not put this document together or arrange it this way, but this information was included in Solano 18.
Right.
Which is also DWR 0012.
And this indicates to the public that the cost may be lower than $20.1 billion, right?
In 2023 dollars, this secondary estimate identified potential cost savings that the project could potentially recognize as the design advances.
Okay, we could put this exhibit down and go back to Mr. Murdoch's testimony, please. So that's DWR 35R and page 2, lines 3 through 5. And here you state your opinion that the Oxford report at Solano 15R lacks certain detailed information, right?
Yes.
And you state a concern that it's unclear about where the costs from the reference class come from. Is that right?
I guess I don't know what you mean by reference class.
Are you familiar with reference class forecasting?
Not particular. I guess what I'm stating here, and I assume you're looking at lines 3 through 5. If you look at the Oxford report, they lacked detailed information as to when the cost of the projects they had in their report, how they were normalized for escalation, currency, or midpoint of construction. And so to say that the cost of a project is going to go up when you have no way to normalize that for escalation was one of the items that I was pointing out here.
Isn't it true that the Solano 15R report discloses that it uses the final project cost for the benchmarking study?
It might have in some places, but in order to know how to handle escalation, you'd have to know what the starting cost was and the point in time in which that cost was provided.
Isn't the exercise of benchmarking, doesn't that include the escalation within the final analysis? So
you would think that it should, but there was no evidence in this report that it did.
Could we please go to Solano 15R, which is the Oxford report that you're citing to here? And go to page 10 toward the bottom of that page. And doesn't it say here, Mr. Murdoch, that the actual cost refers to the total project cost for the projects that were included?
I guess I'd point out that this statement does not say anything about cost escalation.
But if there was
So-
cost escalation, it would be included in that total cost.
I don't know. I can't speak for what they wrote there and what they assumed.
And the actual project duration would be the number of days between the investment decision and the project completion, right?
I guess here again, that this report and we I believe we asked questions to try to clarify a lot of this information. It didn't state when the starting what the starting costs were, give a point in time of when those costs were noted, and then state what the final project costs were, and also give a point in time when those final project costs were given. You know, this report takes projects in their database, which are around the world. It doesn't clearly indicate what the current, was the currency values updated and normalized. It doesn't specifically talk about cost escalation or whether or not cost escalation was backed out of the starting versus the final costs. And so without that kind of fundamental information, it's hard to determine how this benchmarking analysis came to the conclusions that it did.
And so you are aware that there was an information request made by GWR's council regarding this report in September of 2025?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And you're aware that there was a response memorandum dated October 29th of the same year that is Exhibit Solano 21?
Yep, and I have a copy of it here, and I read through that.
Mm-hmm.
And their response was basically our cost data is proprietary secret information, and we're not going to share it with you.
And did you look at the response to item 10 of the memorandum regarding the treatment of ancillary component costs? And we could look at that on the screen if it would be helpful. It's Solano 21. And it's on page 5, I believe. So here you see how Oxford explains that it didn't break down the projects into separate components as part of the benchmarking report.
And this was a very important question. And part of what I tried to present in my presentation, and that the cost of the tunnel, if we just look at the component of the tunnel, is 8.26 billion versus 20.1 billion.
Yeah, I do have questions about that. We'll get to that, Mr. Murdoch.
Okay, but
Yeah.
just to point out how important it is that you have to understand the details of what's included in the cost of a project if it makes up your database.
So you in your testimony on page 2, lines 11 and 12, you take issue with Oxford's treatment of the project costs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But did you say earlier that you're not familiar with reference class forecasting?
That term, if you would like to explain it to me, I guess I might be familiar with it, but
Okay, well,
go ahead.
I'm giving Ms. Mullen a workout today. I apologize. If we could please go to Solano 15R again on page 7. They've got a decent description of it here, I think. Scrolling down. So are you familiar with this part of the report where they describe that the reference class forecasting uses historical project data as a predictor of the uncertainty and risk of future projects?
Okay, I remember seeing this RCF term as I read through this report.
Yeah. And are you familiar with that term optimism bias?
I'm not with the film term optimism bias.
Yeah.
Well, and I guess to my point I was trying to make earlier, when you have a very complex project that has lots of different components, to then compare it to a bunch of other projects that may have a variety of different components, in which, let's just say, some of those projects, maybe the tunnel represented 90% of the total project cost, or maybe the tunnel represented 50% of the total project cost. It's important to understand those details when you want to put up a cost metric that says cost per mile of tunnel, or cost per excavated volume of tunnel. And so to not have the detail that understands the cost metrics which you want to compare the project against is what provides confusion as to whether or not this benchmarking analysis really could draw the conclusion that the Delta Conveyance tunnel exceeds the 90th percentile of the data set that they have.
Isn't it true that all of the 86 tunnel projects that were included in the reference class in this report had multiple components in them?
I don't know that.
Doesn't every tunnel have other parts to it?
But and in the questions we asked, and in fact, question 10 that you pointed out, we wanted to understand what those other parts were. But we don't know what those were and what percentage of the costs that they made up.
Has DWR or DCA made any effort to compare projected cost estimates of the tunnel component with other completed tunnel projects?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
Well, he said that he didn't think Oxford did it correctly, so I'm just asking whether he's done it the way he thought it should be done.
I will allow the question, Mr. Murdoch.
So if you recall, our scope of work was to prepare a cost estimate for the project. Dr. Michaels, with the Oxford report here, want to claim that our costs are understated based on the analysis that's presented here. And so we have not gone through a similar analysis, or I'm sorry, I have not gone through a similar analysis based on what's presented here. However, our cost estimate was completed, and represents a class 4 cost estimate.
And wouldn't the reference class forecasting exercise done by Oxford have accounted for all the risks that impacted those 86 past projects by using the final cost after construction?
When you say accounted for what?
The cost risk.
Well, and I mean, I don't know what you mean by cost risk. I guess the point of my testimony was really around the fact that this report assumed our tunnel cost $20.1 billion just for the tunnel, and then plotted it on a cost metric suggesting that it was in the 90th percentile of the cost data that they have. And and to me, that doesn't represent how you would look at the cost of our tunnel compared to other projects.
But you said you weren't very familiar with benchmarking, right?
I'm not in the line of work of doing benchmarking studies.
Okay.
I'm familiar, as presented here in this report.
If we could please go to let's see, well, maybe before we leave, this is the 15R. If we could look please at this report to figure 10 just before we leave here. I believe that's on page 30. So this is the figure that you're discussing that you didn't agree with, right? Where it showed the what Oxford found was they characterized as exceptionally risky when compared with other similar water and road tunnel projects.
Yeah, this is the figure, and like I said, the red X that's shown on the graph there. If you take $20.1 billion and divide it by 45 miles, that's where you would land on the graph.
Right.
And so that's where I'm saying that, well, and it's cost per mile of tunnel. So if your cost metric is cost per mile of tunnel, well, using $20.1 billion is the wrong number.
So let's go to your testimony then at page 3, if we could, which is DWR 35R, where you have a different version of this, where you've taken Oxford's figure and you've changed it, right?
I haven't changed it. I've overlaid additional information on top of it.
Okay.
And so the blue X's represent the additional information.
So what you did was you used just the tunnel component cost with the 30% contingency as compared to the reported benchmark distributions for the entire reference class that Oxford used, right?
I took the $8.26 billion and divided it by 45 miles to get $184 million per mile cost.
Isn't that an improper comparison since the cost per mile reported in Solano 15R, page 30, figure 10 is for the entire reference class and for the entire project? For each entire project within the entire reference class, and then you've picked out only one component to figure out the per mile cost in the blue mark that you've added?
I've picked out 2 examples here. If you wanted to look at some of their other cost metrics, you could. I think one thing that needs to, maybe let me provide an analogy if you don't mind. Let's say that you wanted to understand the cost of homes across the globe. And we said we're gonna determine those costs by the square footage of their roof. And then come up with a cost metric that says, well, a cost of a house based on the square footage of the roof is a certain amount. And you failed to recognize, well, maybe that house is a 1-story house versus a 3-story house. Maybe it has a garage. Does it sit on a 1/4 acre or 20 acres? Does it have a pool? How nice is the driveway? I mean, there's all of these components that represent different parts of the project. And so what I'm saying is that with the Delta Conveyance project, to only look at the tunnel and say that the tunnel is $20.1 billion and not recognize the cost of all the other components of the project, it's not a very, this doesn't seem to be like a very good cost metric unless you were to back out all of those other components so that you could truly understand where the cost of the tunnel can be compared to other reference projects.
But wouldn't it be true that, for instance, another water tunnel would also have other components with it that complete it as a water tunnel, that it would have to connect to other facilities, for instance, or have intake or other things that are similar, and that entire tunnel that was included in there were 20 water tunnels, for instance, in the reference class. So why do you think that's so different than the Delta Tunnel project?
Well, and that's why we asked question number 10 that's in Solano 21, is because that information is important. But there's no way to distinguish that in Solano 15R or in the questions that were answered in Solano 21.
Isn't it true that thinking about cost per cubic yard of excavation, where in the original figure 10 by Oxford, that included all excavation for the entire project, not just for the tunnel. And then here in your figure, you're comparing it to excavation only for the tunnel. Isn't that an improper comparison?
Did it include excavation for the entire project or just the tunnel?
Well, it included all project costs for every single project in the entire reference class. So yes.
Where does it say it includes excavation for all, for the entire project?
We
Because
can go back to the study, but it says right there that it includes the final project cost for every single project. So by definition, that means all costs.
I think, Ms. Meserve, we need a question now.
Isn't it true that there would be other types of excavation besides the tunnel that would be accounted for in the cost per cubic yard reported in the original figure 10 of the Oxford report?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
To the extent you can answer, Mr. Murdoch.
This cost metric that's shown here in figure 10, my understanding was this was cost per cubic yard of excavated material from the tunnel.
How would that be your understanding if, like, we looked at the report in Solano 15R and it said that it used final costs for
Can you show me in this report where it says that it's excavation of everything?
So it sounds like, Ms. Meserve, we either need to lay more of a foundation or there's just a disagreement as to meaning as between Mr. Murdoch and you.
Yes, I will attempt to continue on here. So sitting here today, is it true that you're not sure whether these lines
that you placed on Oxford's figures are truly comparable?
I would say that they are comparable because this is just a simple ratio calculation of $20.1 billion versus 8.26 billion. So with the cost of the tunnel really being 8.26 billion, if you just took the ratio of that divided by 20.1, you could come up with these same numbers. It was a simple calculation as they painted with a very broad brush and put these cost distribution graphs out. And so I wouldn't change the numbers here. It's a simple 8.26 divided by 20.1. That ratio would move the X's from where the red X's are shown to where the blue X's are shown.
But if the cost per cubic yard of excavation reported in the red X in figure 10, the original figure 10 included all excavation for the entire reference class, then your comparison would not be correct, would it?
Argumentative calls for speculation.
Overruled. To the extent you can answer, Mr. Murdoch.
I guess I don't see how you can tell me what the cost metric that's in this report, cost per cubic yard of excavation. It doesn't definitively say that that's for the entire project versus the tunnel.
But I think Ms. Meserve is asking, it's basically a hypothetical. So I think, and I'm just trying to understand the math. So if you could help me with that, Mr. Murdoch.
Well, yeah, if it's a hypothetical, when you consider the cost difference between the tunnel costing $20.1 billion versus 8.26 billion, which the portion represents, it would proportionally come out with the same result. So hearing Officer Kinsey, I don't know if that helped or not, but
I think so. Back to Ms. Meserve, I will kick it back to you.
Has DWR been interested? So you haven't pursued reference class forecasting for this project. Is that something you expect DWR may do for this project in the future?
Objection calls for speculation outside the scope.
Please, Mr. Murdoch, if you know.
I mean, I can't answer on the behalf of what DWR intends to do. So I don't know.
Based on your understanding of, well, it sounds like you have a limited, is it true that you have a limited understanding of what reference class forecasting is?
I would say, yeah, I mean, I would say that I guess you got to remember, I mean, that's outside of the scope of the work that I do. Reference cost forecasting, economic analysis.
So you haven't looked at final costs of projects as part of your work as an engineer compared to what the estimated costs were?
I do look at final cost of projects and track the cost of projects during construction all the time. I do not gather a database of hundreds of projects around the world and try to draw conclusions on cost metrics that could be used to potentially compare one project to another. That's not the line of work that I'm in.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch, for your patience. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I believe we turn next to Mr. Flanders, who has 5 minutes. Please, Mr. Flanders.
Hi, good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Mr. Murdoch. My very few questions actually arise from the rebuttal testimony of DWR's expert, Dr. Marin Greenwood. On a few occasions last week when I asked him about the fish screen designs, he responded that those questions would be needed to be directed to engineering. And so I was hoping to get clarification, if possible, on just a few design aspects of the fish screen related to Dr. Marin's testimony. Mr. Murdoch, are you familiar with the design and engineering of DWR's proposed fish screen?
Objection outside the scope of the witness's testimony.
That's interesting, but your own witness referred to Mr. Murdoch for answer, well, not Mr. Murdoch by name, engineering.
Right, and Mr. Murdoch did testify to fish screens in his direct, but however, we're now in rebuttal, and the scope is now limited to the rebuttal.
I think that's right. Unless Mr. Flanders, do you want to respond to that?
I can't dispute that Mr. Murdoch's rebuttal written testimony does not discuss fish screens. My counterpoint would be that DWR's rebuttal in the form of Dr. Marin Greenwood does describe the design of the fish screens, and when asked, Dr. Greenwood stated that that information would need to come from engineering. So just have a few really clarifying questions on the design of the screen itself. If none of DWR's witnesses can testify to that, so be it, I suppose. But that's my hope for today.
I'm thinking.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey,
Please.
Dr. Greenwood's testimony was from a biological standpoint with relative to the fish screens. So again, I believe we're still outside the scope.
I think that's right. I'm going to, my conclusion here is that the questions for Mr. Murdoch are going to be outside the scope of his rebuttal testimony. And to the extent Dr. Greenwood couldn't answer the questions, I think that they just aren't able to be answered in the context of the scope of the testimony, the rebuttal testimony that DWR was provided. So unless you have questions for Mr. Murdoch related to his testimony, I think we can.
That is all.
I would just say how the screens are proposed to be attached to the bank and the spacing between the separate screen pieces, and whether that would create refugia, for instance, for predators. That's all information that has been difficult for experts on the protestant side to locate within the record. And so I think that's why there were questions asked of Dr. Greenwood about the configuration, the exact configuration of the screen. And Dr. Greenwood did refer to engineering as perhaps knowing that information. So it's very relevant to understanding the project. It's kind of surprising that the information's not, already been made available, but it seems like the kind of thing that ought to be part of this hearing record.
Yes, but we're on rebuttal. I mean, it could have been something that would have been brought in on cross-exam. That was an opportunity to ask Mr. Murdoch these types of questions. And we're now on rebuttal, which is intended to be a limited scope. So I am going to disallow this line of questioning. So unless you have questions for Mr. Murdoch related to his rebuttal testimony.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flanders. With that, thank you, Mr. Murdoch. I'm not going to excuse you because I think you're operating as a panel, but my understanding that next, thank you for being with us so far today. I think you're going to be off the hook for the rest of the day. I believe we're going to move to Ms. Moskal, who will have questions for Mr. Volk.
Good afternoon. That is correct.
Great. And we may have some switching to do here, and I will welcome Mr. Volk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. And when you're ready, Ms. Moskal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Volk. My name is Ellen Moskal. I'm here on behalf of Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District today. I have a few questions for you. So first, in the case in chief portion of this proceeding, you stated that your testimony was focused on the community of Hood and the area around the intakes, not the entire Delta Conveyance project area, correct?
I would have to review that, but I know that's what I focused on.
Okay. And that was because the ambient sound levels that were used in the EIR noise analysis were measured at 2 sites in Hood, correct?
Objection. Ms. State's testimony outside the rebuttal testimony.
I'm sorry,
If you
run
could
that
pull up-
by me again. If we can pull it up, please.
Yeah, DWR 70, please, I think would be helpful.
Give us a moment. And that was DWR 7070. Is that correct? I think the question that came up is, did you mean 700?
I may have.
DWR
Apologies.
700 possibly.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to reiterate my objection. Is this being outside the scope? This is direct testimony.
Okay.
We are trying to confirm a few background points before we get into our discussion of his rebuttal testimony for context.
I will allow some leeway here, so please go ahead.
We could please go to page 4, lines 3 through 6. Thank you. So here you testify that ambient sound levels were measured by ICF at 2 sites near the community of Hood, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Thank you. Now that we have that context, if we could move back to his rebuttal testimony, please. 716, I believe. Thank you. So throughout your rebuttal testimony, you refer generally to construction and construction activity. So I would like to clarify, is your rebuttal testimony regarding pile driving noise impacts limited to the community of Hood and the area around the intakes, or is it about construction in the project area more broadly?
My rebuttal testimony focuses on the methods and durations for installation of piles, specifically at the intakes.
Thank you. You were involved in the preparation of the final EIR for the DCP, correct?
Yes, I was.
I understand that you wrote all or portions of chapter 24, the noise and vibration chapter.
Yes, I prepared the chapter.
Have you prepared any additional analysis related to noise or vibration impacts of the DCP since the preparation of the final environmental impact report?
Objection outside the scope. Relevance.
I'll allow it, please, Mr. Volk.
Can you be more specific?
have you evaluated in any way the noise and or vibration impacts that may result from the Delta Conveyance project since you completed your work preparing the EIR for the DCP?
Well, the final EIR is the results of the analysis. Those are the completed results, and so the final EIR contains those results.
So you have not done any subsequent analysis to the certification of the final EIR?
That's correct.
Thank you. So if we could scroll down to page 3, lines 20 through 22, please. Thank you. So here you indicate that noise impacts in the 50 dBA noise contour depend on whether there is construction activity at night or in the presence of especially sensitive receptors, specifically sandhill cranes. Do you know the types of measures that will be in place to investigate whether cranes would be present in the area at the time of construction?
Objection outside the scope of the witness's testimony.
Overruled.
That's related to biology of sandhill crane, and the mitigation measures that I prepared for the final EIR do not relate to sandhill crane specifically. So I'd say that's more in the realm of terrestrial biology.
So is the answer that you do not know what measures will be in place?
I don't, I couldn't recall them at this moment.
Okay. Now, if we could please go to page 4, paragraph 7. Thank you. So here you reference an EIR prepared by Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, Regional SAN, for the South Sacramento County Agriculture and Habitat Lands Recycled Water Program. I just want to confirm a few terms since names have changed. Are you aware that Regional SAN is now Sacramento Area Sewer District, and that this program now is referred to as the Harvest Water Program?
I'm not aware of that. I'm just kind of aware of this study as it was done at that time.
Okay. If we could please pull up exhibit DWR 719. Thank you. Were you involved in the preparation of this EIR?
And no, I was not.
Okay. Do you happen to know the length of the construction period for the Harvest Water Program as it was evaluated in this report?
The total duration, no, I do not know.
Okay. If we could please go to PDF page 359. Here, maybe zoom in a little bit on mitigation measure NOI 1. Thank you. Did you review this mitigation measure?
Yes, I did.
It requires noise reduction measures, correct?
That's well, that's correct, yes.
But it does not require the preparation of a future plan for noise mitigation, does it?
That is not part of the mitigation measure.
Looking at these 5 bullet points under mitigation measure NOI 1, would you agree that it requires in part measures to minimize the noise from construction equipment?
Yes, that's correct.
So I think I see in here, it requires muffling and shielding intakes and exhaust. The fourth bullet point down. And then in the last bullet point, you see that it requires the placement of noise generating construction equipment as far away as possible from sensitive receptors, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Would you say that mitigation measure NOI 1 in this plan requires mitigation only if noise thresholds are exceeded?
I would say that there are best noise control practices in general, and I think that construction in general is understood to be noisy. So so it's just best practices to use mufflers, locate equipment appropriately, and those types of measures. So that's what this is really doing, in my opinion.
Okay. If we could please move back to Exhibit 716 at page 5, line 5. Thank you. So here you say DWR used the same approach to develop noise control measures in the DCP EIR, correct?
Yes.
But the final EIR for the DCP only requires sound barriers after noise monitoring results in an exceedance, correct?
Well, we could look at the language of the mitigation measure, but there is also a measure in mitigation measure NOI 1 in the final EIR that contains measures similar to what's in the regional SANE EIR that we just looked at. The mitigation measures are essentially equivalent to those. It's stated a bit differently in the Delta Conveyance EIR, but essentially the same measures would apply. You'd use the best noise control measures in order to reduce noise to the extent feasible.
Okay, well, let's take a look specifically. If we could please pull up Exhibit AHO 1183. And if we could go to, and I apologize, you're going to have to use the table of content. No, we're looking for page 24-67. I hope that's not too difficult to navigate to. I don't have the PDF page handy. Perfect. And then lines 30 to 31. Great. So here it states, in the event of an exceedance during sound level monitoring is defined above, a temporary sound barrier will be used to reduce noise from work areas. So this only is triggered if there is a noise exceedance, correct?
I wouldn't interpret the measure that way. This is simply a tool that would allow noise barriers to be placed appropriately, and the monitoring would help to inform when that would be appropriate. But the noise control measures would not be limited only to when a monitoring, excuse me, when monitoring triggers an exceedance as is defined in this measure.
So when would they be triggered to be required?
Objection, we're straying outside the scope of Mr. Volk's rebuttal testimony.
Will you tie us back, Ms. Moskal, please?
Yes. So as we established earlier, he testified that DWR used the same approach to develop noise control measures in the DCP EIR as in SAC Sewer's EIR for the Harvest Water Program. We also established that mitigation measure NOI1 in the Harvest Water Program EIR requires specific measures to be taken, as he said, is a best practice because construction is considered to be a very noisy process. But here we see that the DCP EIR only requires sound barriers after noise monitoring results in an exceedance.
So you're comparing, this is
So we are comparing.
testimony, comparing the two projects. All right, I'll allow the question, please.
Okay, so can you please ask the question in the way you want to ask it? Thanks.
Yes. I think how I framed it before was, isn't it true that, no, I need to go a little further ahead. Asked you to confirm. I'm sorry, now I need to reorient myself after that pretty lengthy explanation. I asked when the requirement for sound barriers would be triggered if, as you said, it is not just in the event of an exceedance during sound level monitoring.
As I talked about earlier, I see it more as a tool to help DWR appropriately cite barriers. I think there's instances where noise control is just it's just best management practices. It's just, we know this is going to be noisy. We can place a barrier here to contain the noise. We can enclose this in this situation. There's certain just noise control that would be taken as a matter of course. This is not meant to be restrictive, saying that we're not going to build barriers unless a monitor tells us to. I think barriers are going to be built in order to appropriately control noise at the site. This would allow monitoring to inform that as well. So I'm just saying that I think your interpretation as you presented it here is, I'm just trying to say that I think the intention is contrary to what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying on the intention, but is there actually something in the EIR that would require the barriers to be placed before there is an exceedance?
Well, in the best noise control practices section of the mitigation measure, it talks about, I mean, we can look at it now, but there's several different methods. There's mufflers, there's shields, there are enclosures, and barriers would be among those items.
Okay, I think we'll move on. It is feasible, you would agree, to install a noise barrier at the start of construction, is that correct?
Well, I mean, it would be determined by DWR where the noise control measures should be located and implemented. And I think at this stage of the process where there's still engineering being done, right? We can't really cite those with a high degree of certainty, I guess.
Can I get a question in, please?
Yes.
Just before you move on, thank you. You say that it isn't feasible at this point to say where the sound barriers would be, but presumably there will be some point between today and the day that construction begins, where it would be feasible to determine where the barriers should be placed. So would you agree that at that later date, before construction actually occurs, but maybe not this far ahead of time, it would be feasible to install a noise barrier before construction actually begins?
Objection, this is outside of the scope of the rebuttal.
I'll allow it, please, Mr. Volk.
I think that it's possible to identify locations for barriers before construction starts, and I think it can also be looked at sort of ongoing. It would be just like as barriers are needed to be sited to control noise, we would identify those. DWR would identify those locations where that would need to be done.
And how would they be identified? The locations?
They would be identified through monitoring in part, and also just through just observing the siting issue of the equipment and saying that this could be a potential noise issue. For instance, I mean, I guess I'll put a hypothetical, like if you were to take a generator and place it somewhere in the site, and it would be close to a residence, then we would say we should probably enclose that.
Okay. If we could please move back to Exhibit 716 and go to page 5, line 14. Thank you. So starting on line 14, you state that the model ordinance that was referenced by Mr. Salter in his testimony stated that noise restrictions on construction activities should be followed where technically and economically feasible. Do you see that statement?
Yes, I see that.
And you state that DWR is aligned with this in principle through implementation of the project MMRP and committing to several measures to minimize construction noise, correct?
That's what it says, yeah.
Did DWR consider requiring the installation of noise barriers at the start of construction?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Did DWR model it?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to a specific example. What?
Of a mitigation measure that addresses noise impacts?
Could you please restate the question?
In the development of mitigation measure NOI 1, do you know whether that measure was modeled using a specific example, or was it just created from scratch?
Well,
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to modeled.
I'm sorry, Ms. Carroll, vague and ambiguous as to what did you say?
As to modeled?
Modeled.
We can substitute drafted.
Mr. Volk, if you're able to answer.
Well, I'll put it this way. We used some standard practices, like the best noise control practices in the measure. And I mean, to use the word modeled is sort of interesting, but I mean, certainly it's informed by past practices that we've used, but it's definitely tailored for this project, for the Delta conveyance. I mean, this is not in terms of the configuration of this mitigation measure, it's not one that we've used previously, to my knowledge.
Okay. Would you say it is feasible to install a noise barrier at the start of construction and then adjust its location after additional noise monitoring is conducted?
It would depend on the situation, but certainly theoretically possible.
What kind of situation would it depend on?
Well, whether you have construction noise occurring in a location where it would need to be mitigated with certainty at a receptor. I mean, I think it is. It's a bit theoretical until you get to the point of designing it.
If we could please scroll down to page 6, line 4. Thank you. So here you say, as I previously testified, DWR elected to set a conservative limit with an average 1-hour sound level daytime limit of 60 dBA. With that as context, if we could please move back to exhibit AHO 1183, please. And go to page 66, line 25. Thank you. So here, for determining a daytime exceedance, the threshold is whether there's a daily average of 60 dBA 1-hour sound level for a period of more than 3 days in a 14-day period, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
So that is not the same thing as a threshold of a single daily average of 60 dBA 1-hour sound level, is it?
It is not, but I'll say that the intention with this measure is to make sure that when construction monitoring is conducted, that when there's exceedances occurring, that it's related to the project and not other sources of noise in the community that are present. For instance, traffic and agricultural noise, those produce noise levels well exceeding 60 at a certain distance. Aircraft as well. So ambient does contribute to noise levels that exceed 60 from time to time. So this is a guideline for helping to identify project-related exceedances that are kind of more of a sustained, if you will, exceedance rather than a transient exceedance. Excuse me.
Moving a little bit further in the sentence we were referring to, you also reference a threshold of a daily average of 70 dBA for a 1-hour sound level for more than 1 day in any 14-day period, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So to be clear, the exceedance threshold is not a single daily average of 60 dBA 1-hour sound level, as stated in your testimony.
You know what, I might need to go back and look at my testimony again here. I just want to make sure I'm interpreting it correctly.
Page 6, line 4 is what we were looking at.
Average 1 hour, okay. Well, it's an average 1 hour sound level daytime limit. So that is the threshold that we used in the final EIR. Okay.
Mhm.
So the final EIR looks at the worst case construction noise level that could occur over 1 hour, that could occur during pile driving or heavy equipment use. So that is how we determined that impacts would be significant. That is how we determined that these are the types of mitigation measures that we should consider. So it's a little bit, there's a difference there in terms of how it's applied, in my view. So with the sound level monitoring, that the intention of that is to ensure that monitoring is appropriately cited. So in doing that, the monitoring should be implemented in order to identify that there's a extended disturbance that should be addressed. So, I mean, if you have a single 60 decibel exceedance that you know, it occurs one time and then it's done, that's not necessarily something that you would mitigate for. So it's a matter. Yep, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting you. Just one last reference then to the part of your testimony you just reviewed. Sorry, I'm working on a different monitor now. The fact that DWR elected to set a conservative limit with an average 1 hour sound level daytime limit of 60 dBA. If the purpose of that is not for determining an exceedance based on this sound level monitoring, then what was the purpose of that limit that you reference?
Referring to my testimony, that's modeling. I mean, that's modeling that we use to determine significance of impacts. Modeling is different from monitoring. Monitoring is, so, I mean, this kind of gets to the notion of refining elements of noise control measures, because we can't continuously monitor everywhere along the Delta Conveyance without permission, I suppose. But if we have sound level monitoring at the site to be able to test ambient levels, to be able to test equipment levels, then that would give us more information. The modeling only gives us enough information to say, well, what's the worst case that could occur? So let's just say, you know, 60 decibels is the, if we exceed 60 decibels from pile driving, for instance, then mitigation measures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. If we could please scroll up just one page to 65, line 19. Thank you. So this mitigation measure discusses the development and implementation of a noise control plan. DWR still has not released the noise control plan that is contemplated by this mitigation measure, has it?
I would like to ask Gwen Buchholz to maybe respond to this to some sense.
Could you repeat the question? So I was listening, but I want to make sure I hear it.
Understood. So mitigation measure NOI1 contemplates the development and implementation of a noise control plan. Has DWR released that noise control plan?
No, that noise control plan has not been developed at this point in time of planning and conceptual design. We're still developing the layouts of location of facilities at each of the features. and a noise control plan would have to be specific to the size of buildings, location of buildings, etc.
Okay. And then if we could scroll down then back to page 66. Thank you. A little bit further down. Thank you. Perfect. So the daytime exceedances that are described that Mr. Volk and I just went over, these will be the thresholds of exceedance in that noise control plan?
The noise control plan is still being developed, so but those would certainly be the starting points of that process. And then we'd have to determine if there's any other limitations associated with adjacent sensitive resources, including biological and community resources.
So DWR hasn't actually committed to any specific threshold of exceedance.
Objection, misstates testimony.
These are the thresholds that we've committed to in the EIR. It doesn't mean that there may be more stringent ones or in the future.
But it would only become more stringent, not less stringent.
At this point in time, that would probably be technically, it could, if something was changed in the EIR again, DWR would have to determine whether that's consistent with the CEQA documentation.
So I'm taking your lack of a no to mean that there could be a change of circumstances, theoretically, that could result in a lower threshold of exceedance.
Objection, argumentative, but calls for speculation outside the scope of rebuttal testimony.
I agree. At this point in time, that doesn't, these are our EIR commitments.
Okay, we can move on. What would happen when there's a recorded noise exceedance for the DCP construction activities? Would construction stop?
Objection, outside the scope of Mr. Volk's rebuttal.
Will you tie me back again, Ms. Moscal?
Yes, Mr. Volk again makes the point that he believes the DCP EIR mitigation for noise is, I forget the exact wording, but essentially the same as the Harvest Water Program EIR.
Yep.
And we are looking at ways in which they differ.
Is this issue raised by Harvest Water? Did Harvest Water do we know whether Harvest Water did or didn't have a measure with respect to a violation? Is that here in the testimony?
I suppose it is not. Let me take a moment to reorient. Let's see. We have been going on for a little while, and it might be helpful for me to take a 5-minute break.
Sure,
That is
that sounds
possible.
fair to me too. Let's go ahead and take,
Right.
We'll do 5 minutes, but we'll come back at 4:01. It might be 5.5.
Perfect.
See you shortly. All right, we are back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I see we have Ms. Moskal and we have Mr. Volk and Ms. Carroll. Good. Ms. Moskal, back to you.
Thank you. And if we could please go back to his rebuttal testimony, DWR 716, please, at page 6. Thank you. And go down to line 17. Thank you. So here you say that it is entirely, I apologize. Are you ready?
Sorry, I'm just clearing my throat a little bit. Yes, I'm ready.
No worries. So on lines 17 through 19, you say that you will describe the reasons why it is entirely appropriate to refine and tailor noise control measures as additional information is obtained with site access and additional study. Have you conducted any additional study to refine or tailor noise control measures since you last testified?
I have not.
Are you aware of whether any other representative of DWR or the DCA has conducted any additional study to refine or tailor noise control measures?
Objection outside the scope of rebuttal.
Will you state the question again, please?
Yes. Are you aware of whether any other DWR or DCA representative has conducted any additional study to refine or tailor noise control measures?
I'll allow the question. Please, Mr. Volk.
I'll like to ask Glenn Buchholz to answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking if you're saying, what is the additional study since when?
Since Mr. Volk's last testimony in this proceeding.
We have not conducted any additional noise studies that I'm aware of. Certainly DCA has not.
If I expanded that to be since the FEIR was certified, would your answer change?
Not from the DCA standpoint. We have not conducted any noise studies. And
Do you know whether?
I'm not aware whether DWR has or not.
Okay, thank you. I think we can move back to Mr. Volk and go to page 7, line 9. Thank you. So starting here, you state that pre-construction investigations will allow DWR to identify where noise levels would exceed noise limits, correct?
Yes.
Where would those pre-construction investigations occur?
Well, measured sound levels from pre-construction investigations, those would occur for instance, pile driving testing, and it would allow us to update the noise model to determine where noise limits could potentially be exceeded based on as measured information in the field. And so that would allow DWR to prioritize it would allow DWR to determine where mitigation siting opportunities would be.
I'm sorry, I think you might have misheard my question. I was hoping you could tell me where the pre-construction investigations would occur.
where they would occur. Glenn, please, Glenn Buchholz.
As described in Chapter 3 of the final environmental impact report, I believe it's AHO 1005, in the field investigation section, we'll be selecting one of the 2 intake locations to do those tests. It's this is also required as part of the incidental take permit issued by California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, we'll be selecting which of those intakes to use for the noise test. It'll be a pile driving in situ test, including use of noise attenuation methods such as shrouds.
Thank you, Ms. Buchholz. My next question is whether the impacts of these pre-construction investigations were analyzed in the EIR for the DCP.
The impacts of the pre-construction action, the impacts of the actions, like noise impacts?
Yes, noise impacts from the pre-construction investigations that Ms. Buchholz just described.
Objection
That's not
outside the scope of this rebuttal.
I think that we are getting into the noise impacts of the DCP, and as here he stated that the pre-construction investigations will allow DWR to identify where the noise levels would exceed noise limits. We are concerned with the impacts that would result from those pre-construction investigations.
Yes, but the rebuttal testimony is limited to pile driving if you look on lines 7 and 8.
Have the impacts of the pre-construction investigations as to pile driving been analyzed in the DCP EIR?
the field investigations are analyzed and pile driving is analyzed. So yes, I would say the answer is yes.
Okay. And I think that we're going back to noise barriers now, if we could scroll down a little bit. Line 12 states that noise shrouds, barriers, and quiet zones are elements of the noise control plan. Where would those noise barriers be placed?
The noise barriers would be placed either close to the source of noise or close to the receptor, wherever it would be most effective. And this is part of the reason why the siting is very important, because it would need to be informed by the locations of equipment and whether it would be feasible to build a barrier near a home. That's often not the case, but sometimes it can be.
That feeds into my next question, which is whether it's possible that these noise barriers could be placed, say, in a residential property's yard.
They could be, but you know, there's other factors associated with that. So yeah.
Do you know what the process generally is for coordinating with a property owner to construct a noise barrier?
I'm not very familiar with that aspect, no.
Do you know how high approximately these noise barriers would be?
In principle, tall enough to break the line of sight plus a few feet would give you a noticeable amount of noise attenuation. So if it's more effective to do that at the source, then that might be favored over doing it at a residence.
And approximately how long would these barriers be?
Well, that really depends on the situation.
Could you give me a range?
No,
Objection
not.
calls for speculation.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Volk said no also. So he cannot give you a range, so we'll go with that.
What are the types of circumstances that would determine how long a noise barrier would be?
Well, I mean, I could put it this way, just in principle. It's the principle of you would want to break the line of sight, so you would want to do that over the top of it, and you would want the equipment to not be visible over the top of the barrier. And similarly, for the length of the barrier, you would want to break the line of sight. So in the case where you have equipment that may be circulating and moving, within an area, you would, and we have a noise issue with that particular situation, then you'd design a noise barrier according to that situation.
What materials would you expect these noise barriers would be made out of?
Objection outside the scope of rebuttal testimony.
I think that's fair, Ms. Moskal.
I'm interested in the impacts that are associated with the measures that are described here so that we can understand all of the implications of what he is testifying will be included.
So where are you going with the materials out of which they are constructed?
I can skip to my next question, which gets us to that point,
Great.
which is whether the visual impacts of these barriers is described in the DCP EIR.
Also outside the scope.
I will allow this question. Please, Mr. Volk.
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer.
Okay. So getting back just generally to these pre-construction investigations, how long do you expect that these investigations will take?
I don't know the answer to that question at this time.
Would Ms. Buchholz?
Ms. Buchholz, could you answer?
It would really depend on the site, and that's, as I said before, we are not at a point in the conceptual design where we have the layouts of the equipment and the types of equipment that we'll be using and where the excavations exactly will be as we move forward in more detailed design. Then we usually, for a situation like this, that's when we bring in the modelers that do noise modeling around the construction site.
Okay. So when these pre-construction investigations are completed, how will that information be used?
The pre-construction. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you still asking a question?
No, you can go ahead. I'll clarify if I need to.
Oh, okay. How would they be used? So pre-construction investigations would give us site-specific measurements, which would be useful to update the noise model, to understand the noise emissions from the pile driving in particular is an item of particular interest, and also it would allow us to identify sites where barriers might be appropriate to put up in advance of the build out.
Can I ask then,
yes.
Would that information go into creating some kind of a report summarizing the results of the investigations?
Objection calls for speculation outside scope.
To the extent you can answer, go ahead, Mr. Volk.
I don't know that I can answer at this time, but it would be reported, yes. It would be documented.
How long before construction begins will the pre-construction investigations take place? If you know.
Objection calls for speculation.
If you know, Mr. Volk.
I don't know. That would be a question for Ms. Buchholz.
Ms. Buchholz, if you wouldn't mind. Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
How long before construction begins will the pre-construction investigations take place, if you know?
It's going to depend specifically upon the site, because noise is both a concern of the communities as well as it is of the biological resources. So we have different permitting requirements that we'll have, I'm sure, for an incidental take permit and other resources. So each one will have a certain time frame for review. But it'll be during the time when we still can make changes in the design layouts. So, but I don't have a specific time or in the period of design.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions for Mr. Volk. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you again to Ms. Buchholz for contributing. I will have some more questions for Ms. Buchholz, but I was not anticipating to need to have them prepared today. So even though we have some time left, I think doing it Thursday would be preferred.
Well, and I think that works. We'll see if Mr. Brodsky, who is here, has some questions for Mr. Volk while we have him today, and then we'll move on. So it works out quite the way we planned, at least as of this afternoon. And thank you, Ms. Moskal, and thank you, Mr. Volk, for your patience with us. Mr. Brodsky, do you have questions for Mr. Volk that you want to start now? I realize you probably will not finish, but we can get started.
I mean, I'd kind of rather all keep it together and do it on Thursday, unless you feel I must go ahead today. I will, but my preference would be to just keep it all together.
And you said you estimated an hour and 15 minutes plus?
Yes.
All right. Then with that, and then Ms. Wolf, you also estimated an hour and 15 plus.
That's correct. And I'm feeling as I'm listening and making notes here, it'll be longer. And I'm also going through and trying to figure out ways to shorten it, which I'll continue to do between now and Thursday.
Understood. And it sounds like we'll have, I mean, we have Friday as well. So I think we can work this out. I'll look to see, I mean, it's been a long day already, but we would pick up, I believe, probably with Ms. Moskal and go back to Ms. Buchholz on first thing on Thursday morning. And then if we finish that before 11 o'clock, I would turn to you, Mr. Brodsky, for your questions for Ms. Wolf.
Okay.
And then once Mr. Volk is available to us at 11, depending on how things go, then you know,
okay, so I might do Ms. Wolf first.
You may need to, yes.
Okay, I'll take that into account.
Yeah, thank you. And then we wouldn't get to the state water contractor witnesses until after lunch, but I think that's going to happen naturally anyway. And we will go from there.
I'll go second on Thursday.
Yes.
Got it.
That's my intent. Ms. Carroll, did you have something to add?
I was just trying to think of the schedule and keeping things on track, knowing that one of Mr. Krieger's witnesses is unavailable, I believe, on Friday.
That's right. Mr. Goshi. Well, if we need to, we'll see how the timing goes. If we need to, we'll make sure we fit in Mr. Goshi and have an appropriate amount of time for that. I don't have the estimates of time across in front of me. I know I have them for state water contractors witnesses, so I will look at that as well. But we'll keep ourselves on track.
Also, just one other thing, I think that some of the questions from Mr. Volk that he may defer to Ms. Buchholz, so it would be best if they're both there when I'm questioning Mr. Volk.
Noted. Thank you. So it looks to me like we are thinking about calling a break as of now. Are there any other procedural issues we should address before we break until Thursday morning at 9 o'clock? And start back up with Ms. Moskal, who I believe has questions for Ms. Buchholz. Good. Then with that, we are adjourned for today, and I will see you on Thursday morning. Thank you.
Thank you.